or no white anything else. The police the same way. They put their club upside your head and then turn around and accuse you of attacking them. Every case of police brutality against a Negro follows the same pattern. They attack you, bust you all upside your mouth, and then take you to court and charge you with assault. What kind of democracy is that? What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this. And it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves. They attack the victim. And then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. Yes, this is American justice. Yes, that's right. This is American democracy. Yes. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Right. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Sometimes I need to clean up my shit. Welcome to another episode, ladies and gentlemen. Quick. I'm gonna make this quick and easy. Need some inspiration from my brother, our brother, Brother Malcolm. Brother Malcolm, you may speak.
Negroes today with no badge or no white skin or no white sheet or no white anything else. The police the same way. They put their club upside your head and then turn around and accuse you of attacking them. Every case of police brutality against a Negro follows the same pattern. They attack you, bust you all upside your mouth, and then take you to court and charge you with assault. What kind of democracy is that? What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give you? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves. They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. Yes, this is American justice. Yes, that's right. This is American democracy. Yes, and those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Right. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Thank you, Brother Malcolm, for that inspiration and those inspirating words that just came from your lips. We-On-Loc Nation, you know what it is, but I caught wind of this thing that I'm about to tell you about. And I know the brother Eric told me about this last night. When he told me about this last night, I wasn't quite coherent. But when I heard about it, when I finally heard about it, it kind of brought me to tears. And the thing that I know the most is that the weak are always going to be in danger. And this is why I ask people all the time in these relationships, in these interracial relationships, what do you get out of it? Or I'm sorry, what's the comparison? What do you get out of dating a white man? Brother, what do you get out of dating a white woman? Hotel. What do you get out? You get snitched on. You get the police called on you. Black women do it too. A very small percentage. Versus a larger majority group of white women who will always act caring. Does anybody remember Emmett Till? I'll come out with a video about that. Does anybody remember Emmett Till? not just the person himself, but I'm specifically talking about your mental mindset. Why did you feel the need to date outside your race? Why is it that important? Is that important to you? Is it about love? Is it about understanding? What is it about? Obviously, the only answer that you have for a person like myself is that I give respect anybody outside of my community. That's a bunch of bullshit. Because if you get that much respect outside of your community, if it warrants, or if you feel that way, because obviously you dated a black woman that, yeah, she's got a mouth, yeah, she's awfully disrespectful. Out of all the women in the city, out of all the other sisters, you had one, maybe two experiences. And you believe that it's righteous for you to go outside your ways. You know what? I don't blame you. I bid you farewell. Because to me, if I was in charge, you would no longer be part of our community. No longer. And those who are standing by your side, they can go with you too. Protection, black women need protection. Black women need understanding. We need to listen to them as well as they listen to us. Since when did you become the prize? Black man, black man, black man. Since when did you ever become the prize? Since when have you ever became so important that your weak punk ass had to go outside your race, and for what? And I'm making a strategic point. Well, they're independent. They're independent. The black woman is God. And you believe that. The black woman is God only if she listens to her master, her intuition, and she's given knowledge, strength, courage, wisdom, and amongst other things to other people in her community. Most of us don't even know how to tap into that godlike consciousness. They certainly don't. But brothers, it is our job to protect our systems from these outside forces, these infiltrators. What the hell are you talking about? Let's show them what I'm talking about. Let's show these people what happens when you don't protect your own. Let's show them what I'm talking about.
Get it moving, Phil. There'll be a period at the end where you can ask a question. All right, you ready? All right, great. Morning, folks. I'm James Burnett, spokesman for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. I am here with Milwaukee Anita Ball, Milwaukee Police Chief Jeffrey Norman. A little bit of housekeeping really quickly. You probably know this. If you don't, you probably should not be here. Sheriff Ball, DENITA BALL. Chief Norman, JEFFREYNORMAN. We good? Great. Okay, so we're here for a briefing on the an ongoing investigation for human remains that were discovered early last week, and again, all the subsequent information that has come after that. I have to tell you, this briefing may be brief because there are a number of questions we may not be able to answer. That said, Sheriff Ball, Chief Norman will give you what they can, and on that, I will hand it off to the sheriff.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Today, we're going to give a brief update regarding the severed leg that was found and some of the human remains that have been found throughout Milwaukee County. As you know, on April the 2nd, at approximately 5:29 p.m., Milwaukee County 911 dispatch received a call from Cudahy Police Department regarding a severed leg at Warnemont Park. It was near the golf course and the pumping house. And so the leg was amputated from the around the hip down. And as a result, the leg appeared to be that of an African-American female. Subsequently, a Milwaukee police officer who was aware of our investigation raised the possibility that the leg may be related to a missing person investigation that they were conducting, and that missing person was Sade Robinson. So on Wednesday, April the 4th, our investigation led to a person of interest, Maxwell Stephen Anderson, who lives in the 3100 block of South 39th Street, where he was arrested after a traffic stop near the home. A search warrant was conducted. The severed leg has been preliminarily identified as into Miss Robinson. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Robinson family, friends, and the Milwaukee community who have embraced this family. We are sorry for your loss. It's such a tragic incident. Our investigators have worked around the clock on this investigation. As a result of diligence and with the help of our criminal justice partners, the District Attorney's Office issued charges today against Maxwell Stephen Anderson for first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and arson of property other than building. He remains in custody. The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office would like to thank all of our partners involved in this investigation, specifically the Milwaukee Police Department, the Cudahy Police Department, the Kenosha Police Department, the Madison Police Department K-9 Unit, Great Lakes Search and Rescue K-9 Unit, the FBI, the ATF, the Department of Justice's Division of Criminal Investigation and their crime lab, the Medical Examiner's Office, the District Attorney's Office, the Milwaukee County Transit System, Wisconsin Southern Railroad, the United States Coast Guard, forensic anthropologist Gordon Karsten, and other partners who may have helped in this endeavor. Your help was very invaluable. Again, we extend our sincere condolences to the Robinson family as they navigate this difficult time and mourn the loss of Sade. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Norman, who's going to talk about other parts of the investigation. Thank you.
This woman is a 19-year-old from that specific county of Milwaukee. I don't know how many. I don't know how many black people are in Milwaukee. Irrelevant. But I know it's a great popularity, a great large popularity of black people in Milwaukee. And I asked the question again. This may not be relevant to you, may not be, but I'm gonna ask the question anyway. What do you get out of being with someone who is not you? In other words, what do you get out of being with a white? More importantly, what do you get out of being with a white woman, fellas? Because they give you respect. They give you respect more than a black woman would. What is it? You get your rocks off. They feed you your food. They feed you breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They listen to your sob ass stories. What do they do? Now the full investigation has not been released yet. But as soon as it's released, then obviously the story will be told. And of course, people on here will come on here and voice their opinions about what happened. Like Chaotic Truth came out with this same story today. And I don't know what was said. And Chaotic Truth's reputation is not to be, I don't know. I don't mess with the guy anymore. But he seems to have an issue with black folks. So he brings his little white minions up there and they have a conversation, right? And I'm looking at him and said, what the fuck are you thinking? But then again, I am not in charge. That's not my channel. I am not in charge of it. I'm not going to tell you I don't tell the man what he's supposed to do on his channel. But I do know this. If I see him, if I have to listen to it first. If I listen to it, and if I don't like what I'm hearing, I'm popping off. I am popping off. And each and every single person that was on that channel, I'm popping off of them too. Let's get back to it.
Thank you, Sheriff Ball. First and foremost, on behalf of the Milwaukee Police Department, our hearts and prayers go out to the family of Sade Robinson. This is a horrendous tragedy, and above all else, we cannot imagine the pain that you must be going through. Please know that you have our deepest thoughts and condolences. Details of some of the Milwaukee Police Department's involvement can be found in the criminal complaint that was filed by the district attorney this morning. What we can share at this time is this. On April 2nd, Milwaukee Police Department investigated an arson at the 2800 block of West Lisbon Avenue. Video surveillance recovered from the arson investigation led investigators to search the area of 3000 West Galena Street. On Friday, April 5th, investigators located human remains in the area. On Saturday, April 6th, MPD continued the search in the area and located additional human remains on the railroad tracks. Later in the evening on Saturday, April 6th, MPD returned to the area when Ms. Robinson's family located her blanket. At this time, detectives located additional human remains. The identification of human remains recovered by MPD are still pending. I repeat that. The additional human remains is still being looked at, and the investigation is pending in regards to the identification of that. Please note, we continue to search for additional evidence that has not been located. Anyone with information is asked to contact Milwaukee Police Department at 414-935-7360, or to remain anonymous, contact Crime Stoppers at 414-224-TIPS or P3 TIPS. We're grateful for the efforts of the Sheriff Department, the District Attorney's Office, and other federal and local law enforcement partners for their tireless efforts to gather facts and evidence in this case. Please remember, this is an ongoing investigation, and as information becomes available, we will do so in sharing it. And we also ask to please remember to respect the privacy of the family at this time and allow them to grieve. This time I'll turn it back over to Sheriff Ball.
So if you have some questions that we can answer, you can ask them now.
Just to clarify, so the severed leg has been confirmed connected to Robinson, but not the human remains found Friday, Saturday, and Sunday by the Milwaukee Police Department.
A preliminary investigation have shown that the leg is Ms. Robinson's, and yes, the human remains have not been identified yet.
Into other missing women and reviewing those cases possibly connected to this case.
This is an ongoing case, and we have looked at other parts of the investigation to see if there are any others that could be linked. And so far, there hasn't been any evidence that there is any other victims.
Are you concerned that there could be other victims?
There hasn't been anything that is pointing to that right now.
Prosecutors are saying that this happened from the time that the two went back to Anderson's house, according to the criminal complaint, until the time that he pinged to We-On-Loc Park, which is a pretty wide time frame. Do we know when this killing happened and where it happened? Was it at the home? Was it in the car? Was it in the park? I'm a little unclear on that portion of the criminal complaint.
We can't, it's still part of the ongoing investigation, so we can't comment on that.
Do you know how she died?
Can't comment on that.
Or do we know how they had the suspect?
It's my understanding that they may have met at his place of employment, but right now we can't confirm that.
Since we don't have identification of all of the remains that have been found, confirm or not if there is anything to them.
At this time, we don't believe that there are any other victims out there and that the person who is responsible for this heinous crime has been arrested.
Are you still searching for remains for Ms. Robinson?
Yes, we are.
Do you know where those remains could be?
No.
Have you found have you recovered a murder weapon?
Ongoing investigation.
Folks, we got time. Interest of time, 2 more questions.
Has there been a motive established?
Ongoing investigation.
What did you find inside that home, specifically in the basement?
Cannot release that at this time.
Is anyone else connected to the crime that will be more charges?
We have no evidence there's anyone else that's related to this offense, but we, as I stated before, it is an ongoing investigation.
When is the soonest that we can expect another update?
As soon as we get information.
Is he speaking with investigators? Anderson?
It's my understanding that he has retained a lawyer.
Is there anything you can say about the sex dungeon?
No.
Tide travels. Blessing. Well, like I said, it's an ongoing investigation. And until then, the unknown is the unknown. We don't know what this lady did or excuse me, we don't know what the activity was or what was done, what led to this tragic murder, this tragic lynching, this tragic everything that's negative. The only thing we can look back at right now is this. This was a relatively young lady that was a victim. Like so many other innocent, well, I'm going to say innocent young black girls who get victimized each and every single day. Do y'all remember the one football player who brutalized his black girlfriend? You remember that, right? Just brutalized her. Swollen eye and everything. You remember the girl that got beat on and pissed on and spit on by her white boyfriend? And the only thing he can say was, I'm sorry. And some brothers, I know I can imagine. I can imagine my wheels are turning, and I can just imagine the brothers are saying, well, this is the sisterhood. Blame the sisterhood. I can blame a lot of things on many people, mainly us as brothers, but I'm starting to think there ain't no brotherhood anymore the way things are going. But then again, I might be jumping the gun a little bit because this is so abnormal. But it's normal to certain people, right? It's normal. It's normal for certain black people, right? For a woman to get all in her feelings and tell you off, and the one thing you want to do is punch her in the mouth. That's the one thing you want to do is punch that woman in the mouth because you felt disrespected. But then you talk about laws. If there wasn't any laws, we would be able to punch a woman in the mouth. That wouldn't be the case. Because guess what? You would die. You would die. Because she has an uncle, she has an aunt, she has a sister, she has a brother, she has siblings that will put you to sleep, put you to rest. If you ever put your hands on another sister, we had a community like that. Not anymore. Not anymore. Because apparently, us men's with an E. Where did we get off calling ourselves men? Men. Last time I checked, I was a man. And I don't represent, and what I represent doesn't represent all men. So don't place me with that category. I don't feel sorry for myself just because another black woman doesn't smile at me. I don't feel sorry for myself just because another black woman cusses at me or she shies away at me. Or when I open the door for a woman and she goes and, brushes me off. I move forward. I am married to a black woman with 2 beautiful black babies. But you don't seem to care because you're leaving them out on the street. Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
The new search for remains in the killing of a 19-year-old Milwaukee woman. Prosecutors have charged Maxwell Anderson with homicide, mutilation, and arson in the death of 19-year-old Shade Robinson. She was last seen on a date with Anderson April 1st. On April 2nd, someone found a severed leg in Cudahy's Warnemont Park. Prosecutors say DNA evidence shows that it is Robinson's. Remains found in other areas have not yet officially been linked to Robinson. As 12 News' Emily Polfall reports, Robinson's family and friends are looking for more volunteers in the search.
Now we want y'all to look up the bluff and down on the ground. Y'all know what y'all looking for? Yes. Okay. I just want to warn you.
Grit and determination through grief. Another day of searching for Shade Robinson's remains and searching for closure for her family.
I think everybody's just overwhelmed.
Tracking through water and mud, Robinson's cousin sits in Warnemont Park after searching all day, too exhausted to go on camera.
It's just tiring because we're not getting anywhere. But our family needs peace and we need closure, so I don't want to stop.
A group of about 20, they're searching places mentioned in the criminal complaint of Robinson's suspected killer, Maxwell Anderson, accused of scattering her body parts across Milwaukee County.
The search party spent most of Saturday looking here in Warnemont Park. People we spoke to say they came out to help search to try to bring peace to Robinson's family.
It was really hard terrain, and you kind of have to be a madman to do it well.
This is Robinson's friend Josh.
I felt compelled to do that. I owed that to her.
The pair met at Pizza Shuttle, where Robinson worked.
She was gorgeous, and her smile could brighten anyone's day, and she just had that personality where she could cheer you up.
The group is still learning how to organize a widespread search party, and they're doing it with little help.
I've never been part of a search or anything like this before.
People want to get on the water because obviously she might be in the water and we don't have the resources.
In Warnemont Park, Emily Pofall, WISN 12 News.
The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office telling 12 News tonight all known locations have been searched multiple times, also saying the search is ongoing as they continue to identify possible new locations through investigation. And the man charged with killing Robinson is on your screen, Maxwell Anderson. He's in jail tonight on a $5 million bond. He is expected back in court later this month.
Y'all remember like I said, y'all remember the football player, right? I think he played for the Seattle Seahawks, Philadelphia Eagles, whoever. Who cares? Y'all remember him, right?
Talk about.
What's up, family? Chad Wheeler is not being talked about much, but he should. Chad is being accused of felony criminal assault. They allege that he tried to beat his girlfriend to death. He was arrested and released on a $400,000 bond. The girlfriend said that Chad beat her till she was unconscious. She also said
what do you have in common with white folks? After you yell nigga and all this other shit, and everything's forgivable. Until this happens to you. Now, I'm not shocked that she was begging for her life. She was thrown around, tossed around like a rag doll, punched in the face. Then that does something to you. it does something to you morally, psychologically. This psychological torture, psychological damage to a woman. I know I can't per se know how a woman feels. Internally, I get it. Or internally, I don't know. Internally, I don't know. But externally, I get it. Internally, I know. Externally, I get it. I've heard many horror stories about women being abused by their boyfriend and husbands and stuff like that. I've heard it all. And the only thing I have to say is, do you have protection? Because truth be told, more than most end up what? Going back to the person that beat them. Because their famous excuse was, I love him.
Said that he ate dinner while she was lying on the floor. He thought he had killed her. This is what the girlfriend's friend, who goes by Chris, wrote on Twitter. This man brutally assaulted my close friend who was his girlfriend. He plays for the Seattle Seahawks and has been let go on a $400,000 bail after attempting to murder her. He admitted to thinking he killed her and continued to eat dinner by her lifeless, and I'm assuming that word that's been left out is body. He continued to eat dinner by her lifeless body. Why are we just hearing about this, fam? And why aren't we hearing more? Why isn't this dominating the news cycle? You know what I'm talking about. The way domestic abuse dominated the news cycle when Ray Rice put hands on his wife.
Oh, yeah, about that. The story with those two. And by the way, they're still married and they're still together. When they showed that whole entire clip of the woman slapping and humiliating Ray Rice, and one hit came from him, and it makes news. Stephen A. Smith had the nerve to gawk on over it. Shannon Sharp gawked all over it. Many of those people in ESPN just gawked all over it, but no reports of the white boy. Everybody knows about Roethlisberger, rape, some allegations about grape, but that was swept under the rug, so to speak. But this is a new story. These two are a new story. So he gets his job taken away. But the one thing about it was, these two wonderful couples are still together. My point is, this makes headlines not so much when it comes to white folks. I'm just going to be straight up and down serious.
What about when Ben Roethlisberger was accused of rape? All I heard about that. If you watch how they celebrate Ben right now today, you never know it ever happened. Nobody talks about it. I wonder why. That's right. He's white.
White privilege.
Let's keep it real, fam. Let's go there. Y'all know what this is about. It's always about the same thing in America. That good old race card. Yeah, that's what it's about. This dude, had he been black, all over ESPN, all over TNT, all over CNN, MSNBC, ABC, Fox, CBS. It would have been everywhere.
Got you. Well, I might be overstepping my boundaries just a little bit because, you know, we are the world, right? Like there ain't no democracy anymore. Like there ain't racism anymore. Like there ain't prejudice anymore. All those get tossed to the side, right? Some of you women are so facetious, but boy, oh boy, when it comes to the fellas, when the fellas get together online and they talk all this bullshit, rah, 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 like the women need to respect the men. Your respect just went out the window, sir. You get no respect. You know why? Because you're afraid of the one thing you fear most. And that is white supremacy itself. You are afraid. I am not once, other than my peoples that I know and respect the most, they will be glad to pick up a rifle and march down any corner, any store, anywhere in the world and get down with the get down. Do whatever they got to do to protect our community. They're not in hiding. They just don't want to make the same. They just don't want the same mistakes occurring in this time other than last time. I affiliated with the Black Panthers, but the timing has to be right. The timing of it has to be right. We come together or not at all. I put the link in there if just in case anybody wants to come up and express their feelings, concerns, or whatever. It's because you're real, you see it. I totally get you. Thank you, Zora. This wouldn't happen in Africa. Well, let me keep it a bean. I don't know, but I do know this. Their respect for their women is a little totally different from people in America. Although you see a very small percentage of it online, of the blatant respect. Just a real smidget. That's why the percentages of marriages are down and the divorce rates are up. For what reason? Finances? Cheating? No. Scared. Niggas is scared to tie that knot. Because the thing about it is they don't want the same things to happen to them when women go in child support court and take them to court and just drain their bank account. Most of these niggas don't even pay child support. Most of these niggas don't even have a job. Most of these niggas got 4 kids and fucked and had 3 baby mamas. Nigga, please. I love to come up, but it's nearly 3 a.m. You on the other side. You on the other side of the country, my love. You on the other side of the country. It's okay. Systematic breakup, family. It's kind of fun. You know, it's strange that in the 60s and in the 70s, the 70s and the 80s, and even in the 90s, we still had a large sum of black families. It started to fall apart during the 90s and during the 2000s. Don't believe me? How many believe that they didn't have it good? Family, people always talk about family structure all the time. How many of you think they didn't have it good in the 60s and the 70s and in the 80s? How many believe? And then in the 90s and in the 2000s, things start to fall apart. I had to find it. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. I encourage you to become a member of the show. Is it right here? It's right here. Okay. Notification block. I think I have. No, I didn't ask for that. No. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Before you start speaking. Fair use. Before you start speaking. There we go. Oh my God, this shit. That's why they're getting rid of TikTok.
So we're saying, hey, black women chose welfare over black men. Okay. 1968, go look up this case, Smith versus King. This was a case out of Alabama that went to the Supreme Court. A sister named Smith challenged the no man in the house rule. It was struck down as unconstitutional in 1968. So after 1968, there could be a man in the house and the woman could still be on welfare. 2-parent homes were still strong in the black community in the 70s and the 80s. 2-parent homes started to dip in the 90s and 2000s, late 80s too. Why did 2-parent homes dip? 1, black men wasn't marrying black women for some reason. And you got to also understand that no man in the house rule was not for the fathers. The fathers was gone already. The no man in the house rule was for stepfathers, boyfriends, and what we call today sticky leaks, or whatever the hell they say. Those people. That was the whole case of Smith versus King. The man that was caught in the house with Miss Smith had 7 other children. Miss Smith's 4 children wasn't his, and they was trying to say that since you're in the house, you could take care of the other 4 children. She doesn't need welfare. But he said, look, I got 7 other children from a previous marriage, well, a current marriage, that I can't take care of. How am I going to take care of these 4 children? And so the rule was struck down. So you had that. The fathers was already gone. So these other men who came after the fathers, they was like, why should I buy the cow when I get the milk for free? But in 1968, there was incentive to buy the cow because you could be in the house still freeloading while your woman got welfare. Also, there was the feminist movement that pushed not only black men, but what people don't tell you, two-parent homes in the white community dropped by 50% also from the 60s to now. So the feminist movement not only pushed out black men, but quietly it pushed out white men, because white women, black women, Hispanic women, and Asian women was all like, I don't need no man. I can go bring home the bacon and fry it up myself, because there was jobs. There was jobs being pushed for women. Women can now make just as much money as men. So why should they have to deal with men? So when people want to only talk about the black community, they ignore what happened in the white community because of the feminist movement and Murphy Brown and the single motherhood. So welfare did not destroy the black community. We were more destroyed by mass incarceration when black fathers were taken out of the homes and put in prison, therefore giving the rise to the single family home. Also, the feminist movement, which allowed black women and white women and all women to go to work and make money to take care of themselves. So kill the myth. Oh, and y'all didn't want to marry black women.
So we have a bit of a hee-haw. We have a bit of a problem there. Wasn't for the white woman white women started it, and black women came right along. But even though the black man was taken out of the home, and even though we had that mindset of just giving up, there were still brothers who wanted to be with their woman. And you know who that woman was? A strong African black woman. Even though they didn't want this, they didn't want that, understandable. I'm still going to be there for you anyway. I cannot go outside of the freaking fence. He said, where did he pull this information from? Leave it, just told you. Look up 1968, something. I had to go back over it again. But you told me yesterday, Vaughn, and I wasn't even, I psychologically wasn't even paying attention. But when I looked at it, the murder, those who just came in and or already know, just in case you don't know, I mean, I have no problem with going back over it again. There was a woman, Shade Robinson, and it was talked about. Well, Vaughn already mentioned it to me yesterday. I wasn't paying attention, but I can go over it again, no problem. This woman was brutally murdered, like brutally murdered. You know how they have human trafficking here in the States, here everywhere, pretty much everywhere. They have it in Florida, they have it here in Nevada, and I believe they have it somewhere in California and in Mexico, right? Here in the state of Nevada, it's pretty much you have sex trafficking and you have organ trafficking. If someone needs an organ, they know where to get it from. And organs cost anywhere from thousands to millions and millions of dollars. But who often needs an organ? Who often needs an organ? Black man or white man? Who often needs an organ? Who more than anything in the world needs organs to live? One second. Oh, fair use, fair use, fair use. I will go over this again. No problem.
The new search for remains in the killing of a 19-year-old Milwaukee woman. Prosecutors have charged Maxwell Anderson with homicide, mutilation, and arson in the death of 19-year-old Shade Robinson. She was last seen on a date with Anderson April 1st. On April 2nd, someone found a severed leg in Cudahy's Warnemont Park. Prosecutors say DNA evidence shows that it is Robinson's. Remains found in other areas have not yet officially been linked to Robinson. As 12 News' Emily Polfall reports, Robinson's family and friends are looking for more volunteers in the search.
Now we want y'all to look up the bluff and down on the ground. Y'all know what y'all looking for? Yes. Okay. I just want to warn you.
Grit and determination through grief. Another day of searching for Shade Robinson's remains and searching for closure for her family.
I think everybody's just overwhelmed.
Tracking through water and mud, Robinson's cousin sits in Warnemont Park after searching all day, too exhausted to go on camera.
It's just tiring because we're not getting anywhere. But our family needs peace and we need closure, so I don't want to stop.
A group of about 20, they're searching places mentioned in the criminal complaint of Robinson's suspected killer, Maxwell Anderson, accused of scattering her body parts across Milwaukee County.
The search party spent most of Saturday looking here in Warnemont Park. People we spoke to say they came out to help search to try to bring peace to Robinson's family.
It was really hard terrain, and you kind of have to be a madman to do it well.
This is Robinson's friend Josh.
Like, I felt compelled to do that. I owed that to her.
The pair met at Pizza Shuttle, where Robinson worked.
She was gorgeous, and her smile could like brighten anyone's day, and she just had that personality where she could cheer you up.
The group is still learning how to organize a widespread search party, and they're doing it with little help.
I've never been part of a search or anything like this before.
People want to get on the water because obviously she might be in the water and we don't have resources.
In Warnemont Park, Emily Pofall, WISN 12 News.
The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office telling 12 News tonight all known locations have been searched multiple times, also saying the search is ongoing as they continue to find possible new locations through investigation. And the man charged with killing Robinson is on your screen, Maxwell Anderson. He's in jail tonight on a $5 million bond. He is expected back in court later this month.
That's all we have to go on, folks. But for those who didn't see it, and didn't know about it, there it is. We found a couple of limbs identified as Mrs. Robinson. And I want to, before I forget, I want to say prayer, my condolences to the Robinson family. Hopefully she's not a relative of mine, because you know how that go. I mean, apparently I am relatives of Robinson's, but I don't know if she's part of our family. Just saying. I'll have to call my sister, my god sister. I have to call my god sister and ask if she's a part of that family. If not, it's a shame. If so, very damn shame. We don't know what went down, what went on. The investigation's still pending, but once they put that out there, I will be watching the news to see if there's any further investigation. Well, there's still further investigation, but I will be watching the news to see if there's any other additional information going on. And then once that occurs, then I will report it back here on We-On-Loc Nation. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Please become a member if you so choose. Now, I understand deeply how Black people feel, or excuse me, how Black men feel. I totally understand. The time is now to figure out, do we want to continuously be sheep or we want to become wolves? It's high time we start protecting our families a little bit tight, close to the hip, if you know what I mean. Because just like when all these mothers don't want to let go of their daughters, don't want to let go of their sons when they graduate college, or graduate high school and they go on to college, or they step on that stage and they graduate college and get their degrees. You know how you mothers don't like to let go. Well, it's high time that we have our daughters close to the hip. What's up, Emma? And anybody like to come up and enjoy the conversation, they can. What's up?
Nothing, just watching. I said just trying to think of ways to help, because it's probably like real professionals that know how to do everything, but I did hear somebody say before that we can't really vet, certain people or men sometimes. And so I would just say keep your eye out for like any type of red flags.
Oh, there was a red flag from earlier, and chaotic truth is that red flag. But like I said, I'm going to reserve judgment for later. When I go and review his live stream from earlier today. And if I hear any bullshit, he's getting it.
What
Straight
is it
up.
about?
Same thing.
Because there was another case, must have been similar to this one, where there was a lady and they thought she was in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember, but this happened a lot. So it happens, even with interracial couple, like Black white men and Black women. It's happening.
A little bit. It's happened a little too much, in my opinion. And I often say, what do you have to gain for being with outside your race? What do you have to gain?
I don't see what you have to gain out of being in a situation that's, for lack of better words, toxic.
Elaborate.
I mean, when you kind of start seeing somebody start losing their temper, or, you see certain things, you might want to think about making an exit, or you might want to think about, your observations, because not unless somebody just woke up one day and put hands on you out of nowhere. You might want to because if you've seen them get mad before, or you know something similar might happen before, might put hands on you or something, just if you can, just try to get out of there.
Now, I hate to ask, but have you experienced any type of narcissistic type of abuse before?
What you mean narcissistic?
You don't know what a narcissist is?
Yeah, but narcissist is someone who thinks that they're always about them.
I mean, it's more to it than that, but yeah.
But physical abuse, no. I've had people try to step to me before a little bit, but I did a shed a white woman's tear. And I listen to the lectures. You know, I listen to the brothers when they saying something makes sense. So I hurried up and screamed and stuff. I was, you know what I mean? Because they shouldn't have been there. Now that, you know, just looking back. But you know, I forgive. I just don't be around people. They tried it though.
Say this.
They tried to take me down. I said, shit. I must have had scared them a little bit. You know what I mean? When I did that Karen, that not even a Karen move, when I did that screaming move. And I'll try to get away from you too.
Well,
like if you try to grab me, I'll try to get away if I can.
You're a brave one. You certainly are. Yeah, but there's a lot of young girls need to be protected.
Not really though, because I didn't go through the whole thing.
No, not you per se, but there are.
I'm not going to
other need to be protected. And like they teach my daughter, and this is the reason why my daughter's in martial arts. But I often tell her, don't think just because you're that close to becoming a black belt, it doesn't mean shit. Because you're dealing with, in the real world, you're dealing with a situation, life and death. And even the grandmasters will tell you, do what you need to do, get out of there. Don't stand in there pussyfooting around thinking that you can super kick someone in the head and then might go down. They're not going to wait for you to do that. They're going to grab you and hold you close to the hip to the point where they're not going to let go. So they train her specifically how to get out of situations. Like I trained her how to get out of tough situations because of how men are. Men are strong. Men are vastly strong. Right? And so when a woman is just as, what's the word I'm looking for? I hate using the word weak. Well, let's just vulnerable. Let's just say vulnerable at that particular time. If you have a skill set that's strong, then you do what is necessary to demoralize your victim. Get out and call the police.
Because even before, and that's a part of protection, because before it got to that point with me, and this might not work because I know some people's situations are different, but
see this woman here?
As soon as he started looking at me crazy, that's when I was like, I think you better go ahead and go.
You see this woman here?
Yes.
Frida Gibbs was also a victim of abuse. Well, was going to be the victim of rape. She was picked up in a van. There's always a van, and all she wanted to do was go home. And the driver ended up taking the opposite direction of where she needed to go, took her to a park and tried ripping her clothes off. She wanted to get out, but in the back seat or in the back door was chained. So you know what she did? She did what she needed to do and got up out of there. A year later, the guy was shot and killed by another woman. And this is the three-time Muay champion. Oh, does she know her stuff? But if you're not strong enough here mentally, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And he even made a statue out of her. But if you're not strong here mentally, it's not going to work. Vaughn, what up?
Hey, what's up? How you doing? How you doing, Emma?
All right.
That's good. Where was she at? Walking like that?
No, she was at the gym at that time.
And she was walking home?
She needed a I guess she needed a ride. I can pull up her story.
So this happened after she started working out. So she already looked like that when this happened.
Yeah. She was
already kind of knew how to fight a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would like to know where she was working.
Still didn't look like she was no bigger than a minute.
Right.
Almost, because compared to a grown man, I mean, she, that's doing a lot, for her to get away.
I think it's a lot like the woman from Wisconsin. I would like to know what area she lived.
I think she lived in Baltimore, bro.
Who?
Frida. I think she lived in Baltimore. I understand.
Okay. I'm talking about the lady from Wisconsin that you put up, Robinson, the 19-year-old.
Yeah. You're the one that told me. You're the one that told me yesterday.
Yeah, but I had the state wrong. I think I said Texas, and it was Wisconsin, which that says a lot right there.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, that's a huge state, right?
Yeah, that's pretty huge. Milwaukee is the city part. But where she's at, I would like to know because my mom lived in West Allis in Wisconsin. But I remember years ago when this guy, he was a part, because they got a big community called the Hmongs, which is an Asian people. And for some odd reason, this guy went and killed like 5 white people. And what they found out was these people was kidnapping people. You remember that movie, We-On-Loc with Ice-T? And these wealthy people came and he was homeless. Wealthy people came and picked him up and then put him out in the woods.
Surviving the game.
Yeah, that's what these people was doing out there in Wisconsin to one of his moms. Come to find out, he was a lieutenant in the army years ago. He killed 5 of them. They still end up putting him in jail for life.
So you mean to tell me that this guy is not telling them where she is?
Nope.
So, where's he at right now? Locked up?
Yeah, he's locked up.
So he's saying like he doesn't know, or he's just saying. So he's basically still trying to get away with it.
Yeah, he's probably because he pleaded not guilty so far.
What?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to judge a book by its cover, but he was looking rough.
Here it is.
Right. Something was looking rough.
Growing up was tough. I was bullied a lot. I was smart, but I was built differently from the average girl. I didn't want to go to school. I just couldn't concentrate, couldn't focus. I was terrified. That's how I learned how to run fast, is by running from my bullies. I was running so much that I even had considered committing suicide to avoid getting beat up more and more and more. And my grandmother said, God blessed you with that athletic frame. They don't understand it. But as long as you use the gift that God gave you, that body, you're going to go out there and you're going to whip some ass. Little brown poor girl who was bullied a lot, who thought even about committing suicide, who was terrified, who moved school to school, school to school, school to school, ran from everyone. How did she become the most dangerous woman in the world? Was there. So dude was like, look, I'll take you home. So we're driving on down. I tell him, I'll make a right here in Coliseum. Suddenly he makes a left turn. And I'm like, this is not where I live. I live this way. He was like, look here, why don't you just give me a little, let me just stick it in. I said, no,
Oh,
I don't want
gosh.
you sticking it in. And I tried to bust out the door, but I couldn't because there was no knob. And I ran to the back of the van to try to run out the back of the van. There was this big chain on it and a lock. I couldn't get out. When he tried to tackle me, I grabbed the end of his shirt tail and I pulled it over him real fast, tied it, and I swung him back. And I pulled his pants down over his shoes. Then I stepped on his chest and I said, where the keys at, motherfucker? He said, they're in my pocket. I reached in, I grabbed the keys, I pulled the chain off. I said, let me tell you something, man. When a bitch says no, she means no. And I hit him. Wait! And I ran. 15 years later, here I am, retired, coming in from the gym, turn the TV on, and they got him right there.
Major break in the search for a serial killer. LA police do have a suspect now in the grim sleeper case.
They arrested the man early this morning, identified as Lonnie David Franklin Jr.
I picked the phone up real fast. I called my mother. I called my grandmother. I was like, you know that guy that tried to rape me in the van about 15 years ago? He's a serial killer. He had raped and killed over 100 black women in Inglewood and killed them in his car and his van. To this day, I have PTSD as a result of that van experience. But what I didn't know then is that that fight in the van was just a warm-up for what was to come.
Oh, yeah. Now she lived in California. Oh wow.
And this is the reason why I say that you have to be a mentally strong person. When you go into that situation, you know what you need. You know what to do. Because if you're not mentally strong, it doesn't matter how tough you are outside.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get hurt.
I'd say nowadays women have to carry. If they gotta carry, go get strapped. Because I know a lot of women are now, since 2017, they said that as far as women carrying guns has went up. I think it was 2016 or 2017 had went up a big time percentage. But these days, yeah, women need to carry a gun or what you call those electrical, what's they call that? Stun gun?
Oh, tasers, stun guns. I mean, I'd rather you just carry a gun.
But some women are afraid to carry. They just don't like guns. So the ones who don't like them, they rather carry a taser. And that's when, some women just don't like guns.
Well, that's their problem, bro. I know too many women who love carrying that shit around their person, and they even got it to where they even put it around their chest, and all they got to do is just raise up their shirt and
right. Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah, I see women with dresses on, got them, still carrying them around the thighs and stuff like that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of places they put them at and be surprised. But it's just some women that just don't like carrying guns. So that's why I say, hey, get the stun gun, get something for protection, because the way things are going, especially in this day and time, and the way the economy is and stuff like that, women being snatched, being kidnapped, and forced into sex slavery and stuff like that, you gotta You gotta really carry yourself well.
Yes, you do. Emma, do you carry protection? Huh?
We-On-Loc, please, honey. Please.
Oh, I forgot. This is the untouchable right here. He's very untouchable.
Yeah, you move how you be moving. I'm not.
She got women's protection. Nothing can phase her.
All I'm saying is that I know with her, she said she needed a ride, but from moving forward, I wouldn't be getting into any type of vans. Cause you see,
She don't have to. She has her own car. And even in cars, it's like I tell these Uber drivers, it's like even when you carry protection, it's a slippery slope. Because guess what? The victim is right here. The victim is right here sitting in the seat. The victor is in the back seat behind you. If anything, you want to see his peripheral and you want him to sit on the right side. Sit on the right side of you. And around 8 or 9 o'clock when the sun goes down, job over. Go home. Go home. There are women drivers out there who are being victimized. College girls are being victimized, and we got the nerve to sit here and talk about men don't get respect from females. Oh God.
15 years, that's a lot. That's a long time. Killing. I would like to know when did they catch him? Did they catch him in the 2000s?
It was way past time. I know we're doing the best we can, but we're gonna have to step it up because that's too long.
I remember that serial killer in Florida. She had got the death penalty. I know when she got electrocuted. But remember her in Florida years ago when what was his name? Jeb Bush was governor.
No.
Well,
I've heard a few things about something was popping up where people were like doing stories, and I've heard something a while back about some women that were doing stuff too.
Yeah, she was taking out Johns. They was picking her up to have sex, and she was taking them out. But she said in an interview, she said Jeb Bush and the government knew who I was. They knew that I was out here doing this. They knew exactly who I was and what I was doing. They just took their time to come and get me because they turned it into a political thing. I was like, what?
I'll be trying for a minute. That was a good one though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was like, what? Are you serious? And when she was doing an interview, I was saying to myself, you know what? I kind of can believe that because they got cameras everywhere. I mean, cameras is everywhere, and for them to take so long to catch some of these people, it's kind of mind-boggling.
Well, they didn't have like those police cameras all around back in that time frame. Now they do. Now they have started to have police cameras all around stores, grocery stores.
They have cameras, and they also, the satellite is so a satellite, because when Powell did that thing when they were talking about going in Iraq and he had mass destruction and all that, and they were showing pictures and stuff like that. The people said the people who put those cameras up in space, the satellites, they said that satellite is so strong that it can pick up a quarter on the ground, and you can see it clearly.
Strange, very strange. Lisa said that 21 of women own guns compared to 46%. That's not that's
46%. Oh, 46% of women in the world compared to the 46 women in the world.
Compared to 46%. Yeah, that's not too much. I don't think that's not too much. That's not too many women, but it's starting to grow initially. Well, it's mostly what white women carry guns. Oh, 40. My bad. Of men, 2 men.
But she said it increased to 14% in 5 years. So yeah, I thought it did. I thought it went up. Women starting to carry more guns and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're starting to that's sisterhood.
But it's hard to do it. It's hard to do it in states like where I'm at. A lot of northern states, they don't allow you to carry open carry like they do down in the southern states.
They don't?
Nope. Matter of fact, a governor just passed, I haven't read it yet, here where I'm at in Maryland, just passed a law to give more rights to people that want to carry guns. But I haven't read the laws yet. But yeah, you just can't, for you to carry a gun, you have to be like a bail bondsman or work in a pawn shop. And other than that, or like you doing security or something like that, other than that, you just can't just open and carry like it is down south.
You can open and carry here. You just gotta have a permit.
Yeah. And then I think if you do carry it, you have to have the bullets in one part of the car and the gun in the other part. It's crazy.
Not here. Not here. As long as you got well, you don't even need a permit to get a gun, but you gotta sign the paper, and they gotta look at see if you got any warrants or anything, charges. And as soon as your record come up clean, you get anything you want. If this is concealed, you got to get your CCW. Once you get your CCW, then it's on and cracking. You ain't got to sign.
Well, you can carry it. You can have it in the house, but you just can't open and carry like a lot of places. Like down south, you can carry a gun with you on your side and I know I was down North Carolina years ago, and the police pulled over and asked the family, it wasn't my family, it was my brother's sister's family, my brother's wife family. So I was riding in the car and the cop pulled us over and he said, asked for this, the information. Then he said, "You got a gun?" She said, "Yeah, it's in my glove department." I was like, "Oh my God, I'm getting ready to go to jail." But nah,
that sounds too familiar. That sounds too familiar. The guy said, "I have a gun in the glove compartment. I have a gun in the glove compartment, but the bullets are in the trunk. The bullets are in the trunk, but the glove is and the gun is in the glove box."
Right.
And
he got shot, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now he shot several times. I don't know any bullets that don't hit the back seat of that car and hit that little girl.
Oh, I thought it was the woman that his girlfriend was sitting in
His girlfriend was sitting in the passenger side. The daughter was sitting in the back seat.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm
Did they fire? Okay. So I thought one fired while he was in the next door. I mean, in front, right? One the cop was in front, like in the
One was in the front. You know how they always do. One would be on the side, and the other one would be on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And usually, and sometimes when they have extra, the other one will be in the back. And it always happens. It happened to me. It's like, why is it when someone calls the police, right? They get extra squad cars for one person. You in trouble when You already got 2 in the squad car, but another squad car come up, and then you got 2 more. I'm like, is that the chief of police or something? I'm just. It is like I was eating I remember I was an Uber driver, and I was eating my lunch, and I was about to leave. I was about to take off until that cop came in. He went right in front of me, and there was another cop behind me. I said, "What the hell is this?" He's like, "License and registration." I'm like, all right, cool. And everything checked out. It was like, what we got called, there was a disturbance in the neighborhood. A disturbance in the neighborhood. I just dropped somebody off. And I was just sitting there just eating.
Right.
Eating my lunch and everything. And the cop, and I hate this also. When you're traumatized, a cop always wants to talk to you like he's been your best friend for years. Huh. You make money? You make money doing this? Yeah. You can see I'm traumatized here.
Yeah.
But you know what? That lady, she's not the first, and she will not be the last. But I often ask myself, what do you get out of being with somebody who is mentally unstable? And I can't put my
What's your definition of someone mentally that's mentally unstable? Because some people, you might have one how you look at it, but somebody might say he or she is not mental disabled, they just misunderstood. So what's your definition of mental disturbance or disabled?
You really want to know?
Yeah, because it's information that is needed that people can.
Vaughn, you know me for quite some time. You really want to know?
Yeah, why not?
White folks. There you go.
You know what I'm
There
saying?
you have it.
So white folks is the ones that's all of them is all mentally disturbed.
Well, if you want to look at it in a black's perspective, we've been mentally disturbed for many years due to Jim Crow, Dred Scott, Willie Lynch. Do I have to name them all?
Yeah, but is that considered mentally disturbed or mental trauma?
You can say both. 2 can be right at the same time.
Okay.
What
would you rather? What would you accept? Trauma or disturbed?
I don't want to accept none of them things, but since you're asking me the question, I'll answer directly. Trauma, we would definitely have to tackle due to the fact that it's been, like I said, it's been done to us for centuries, and the most it's ever hit would be the black woman, the African woman, because she had to see it up close and personal. She had to be the witness. She was the victim of her, not man, but men being victimized by this European son of a bitch. And furthermore, she had to witness while these people were beating up on one person, and then afterwards mentally telling you that I am your God. And there ain't nothing you can do. But now all of a sudden we got people in these spaces talking about, well, you were one of 400 people per se. I'm just throwing a number out there. And you could have just walked out and went where?
Are you talking about walk out of what? Walk out as far as
You were a slave then, and you had the ability to walk free. I'm like, how?
Yeah, not bad.
When you were mentally chained, not just physically chained, but mentally chained. They took their mental away. They took that mentally strong, that mental strong brain away from you. Right? They took that away from you specifically because you were not only mentally but physically stronger than them. What do you do to a person who looks fearful? Make them look, or fearless. Make them look fearful.
Yeah, I do see your point, because I see that the child, what they did as far as not only physically enslave you, but mentally also. But at the same time, there were people that was blessed with strong mental attitude, and when they was enslaved, they escaped, and some of them went up in the woods. They did it in Haiti. They did it in many other Caribbeans. They did it in Brazil, Freetown.
1804.
They ran up in the woods. They didn't even know about that area, but they built their own free town and did very well. And then some of them that was still enslaved found out about it. They ran and escaped or ran away and left and went up in the woods. And this happened in many of the Caribbeans where they put.
Now I want you to think what you just said right there, and I want you to translate that up today. Hear me out. You know how we talked about plenty in these spaces, how men don't get respect from black women, and they refer to go outside their race. Well, just think. A whole race of black women getting tired of your ass and end up being freedom fighters, their own personal freedom fighters, right? And then, of course, it doesn't stop with the black man. It's everybody they're getting tired of. Black men, white men, Asian men, Mexican men, they get tired. The Indian men, they get tired of everybody, right?
Get tired of who? Black women?
Huh?
You said they get
black
tired.
Black women get tired of men, period.
Oh, okay.
And just imagine it's an all-out war. I'm just imagining these things, right? Because we already have sort of fraternities here in these small spaces of women actually, walking to their own beat, marching to their own drum, vis-a-vis Priscilla, vis-a-vis divested zealots. Divested zealots don't give a flying fuck about you. They don't. They clearly don't.
Because what I don't care about is whether somebody it doesn't matter what color somebody is. If it's not right, it's not right. Because if you start seeing red flags, you can't not making excuses, but you can't ignore it and think that, okay, because this or because that, you know what I mean? Or maybe this and maybe that. It kind of is what it is a little bit. Now, some stuff you're like, okay, but like, losing your temper, out of control.
Right. What signs do you look out for, though?
I'm not looking at anything right now. But I would look for, like I said, like, it depends, because I could be kind of different a little bit and might need to work on some stuff, but I would look for probably, like you said, getting like I said, if you you lose control, attitude control. You know what I mean?
Right.
Outburst. You know what I mean? Like anything that
Outburst.
might be violent, weird.
Outburst.
Reaching for me.
Because
It might even be
I know.
like play fighting a little bit at first.
Right.
Like somebody like roughhousing a little bit, possibly.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm kind of like
Do you ask certain questions to see their reactions? And
no.
oh, you know?
Mm-mm. Okay, but Pop did say, Pop, I used to work with him. Y'all heard me talk about him before, but Pop had said, at that time he was like 90, I think, or 90 something. He said, if you want to see how somebody really is, then get them mad. You know, so I wouldn't ask what he's saying by that. I think is like when they do get mad, not like you try to make them mad, but when they do get mad, you know, you're gonna see what you say.
Jesus.
But no, I wouldn't ask questions and stuff like that because I feel like that's a little, or like, what do you mean by ask questions?
Not questions directly. Now, I'm sure you won't just go up there and say, "Hey, are you crazy?" or "What mental asylum you might have been in," or something like that. But just ask certain questions, talk about certain conversation, and see the person's reaction. Sometimes you can ask a question and then ask the same question the third day and see if you get the same answers. Because no matter what a person is, if they just want a killer or anything, it's certain things that they will try to hide. A liar will try to hide things, but then by them lying so much, they forget. And that's why certain times, it's times that you ask a question, especially if someone hiding something, because the Spirit of God never lies. So,
right.
Or you ask a person something and then asking them again, it could be a week. And then
I don't understand how you can be godly though when if I know everybody doesn't get it on the first try, but for you to have to go back and ask again, it's like you almost kind of know the answer.
Who do?
It's not working. It's not working. You know what I mean?
Who
but I understand. I think I should try it y'all's way because I might be more successful, like asking questions and testing people.
Yeah, because
you should always ask questions.
This is if a person, like, you gotta understand, if whatever type of person you are, and you want to, and you looking for a certain reaction or being with a certain person a certain way, you have to ask this person certain questions. I'm not like, if I like politics, I'm gonna ask a person a political question.
But I'm not going to discriminate on that though. I'm not going to be like, you know, trying to, you know, what I mean by is like I don't know if that's kind of like not revealing your true intentions or like, why are you asking me these questions?
Because you want to get to you want to get to know the person.
I need to go with my.
Yeah, if you don't ask persons questions, how you gonna be able to get to know them?
Not only ask questions, but you get to analyze his you know, his attitude first.
Yeah, his mental state, his emotions,
his mental state, his emotional state.
That's
because
now, I'm not saying ask questions like you're a psychiatrist or preacher. No, I'm not.
Right.
I'm just talking about just a regular conversation, just the things that you like, things that person may like. You see how their reaction, you see their body work, you see how they move their eyes, they move their hands. You look at all those things. Those things tell you what a person is.
You might not even get it on the first night. You may not see it on the first night. Right. You might see it on the second night. But
well, just I'm a blank canvas, so you know.
Okay, what that mean?
You may not see it the first week or the second
week.
Because it's all about your patience and what you want. So if your patience is good and you're able to be patient and analyze whoever you're talking to, because you want to get to know the person, and plus you want the person to get to know you.
I mean, you might get to know them by like hanging out with them, talking to them,
Right.
like you said, asking some questions, like little curious questions, and finding out stuff.
Right? Because you got to understand, when you first meet someone, it's just like going to an interview. You're going to do your best. You're going to present your best at an interview. And you're going to present your best self when you're going out on a date with someone for the first time, or the first week, or the second week, or the first month. So you want to look for inconsistency, and you want to look for consistency. Because this tells you what a person is. And sometimes people see an answer like, oh man, that answer was a good answer. And automatic, some people put their emotions in it. And that's not, you can't do that all the time, because you don't know what this person is.
That's why I would say, don't, I mean, they judge a book by its cover, but you want to be cautious. Just like it's the same thing with men. Men are always cautious about, how a female would act, how you react to this, how you will react to that. I mean, it's not even supposed to be like that, but at the end of the day, times have changed, energies are running high, people are starting to reveal who they are. It's a whole big freaking mess. The days of old that came and went, to the point where I can go to you and I can ask, can I have your phone number because I think you look kind of fly, blah 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 blah. All them days is kind of side-mindedly over, but I mean, it all depends on where you live.
Even if a person, because there's some people do not like to talk. They very, they don't.
Well, I need to say something really fast. And that's also if someone
Wait. Breaking news. What? Wait, she only dated him for the first time? Was that true, Vaughn?
That's what the information I had, y'all. That was their first date. Yeah.
And she's 19. Was she by herself?
See that
living with her parents?
See, that I don't know. And I don't know the area that she was raised in, because that's a part of it too. Because she might have been in an area and that's what they do up there. That's what, you know what I'm saying? So I would like to know what area that she lived in. Because I was going to ask my mom, because it's like I said, my mom lived in Wisconsin. And I was going to ask her about that.
And that's why I was gonna say it's important that you, if you can meet people's family, that can give you a better idea. Not saying that means that you gotta go all the way, but that way you kind of got some witnesses.
That's why you're right, Emma. But I think in that area where she lived, I think, it's probably been a small town. Everybody know each other, or that's what I'm sorry. That's what a lot of people do within that area. See, I don't know that information but you're right.
No, I'm not saying she did nothing wrong. I'm just saying, just in the future, like that could, I'm just trying to think of ways where, because a lot of people say a lot of men, they just can't be vetted. And that's just, they pop up on you with these surprise craziness and stuff.
That's true.
So, yeah.
Hold on. I want to play this real quick.
Where we are learning new details about the investigation into body parts found in Milwaukee County.
A severed leg was found on a beach on April 2nd, and it had been preliminarily identified to belonging to 19-year-old Sade Robinson. The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office and Police Department did hold a news conference a little bit ago this morning.
Let's go into that press conference that happened just moments ago.
Morning, folks. I'm James Burnett, spokesman for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. I am here with Milwaukee County Sheriff Danita Ball, Milwaukee Police Chief Jeffrey Norman. A little bit of housekeeping really quickly. You probably know this. If you don't, you probably should not be here. Sheriff Ball, D-E-N-I-T-A-B-A-L-L. Chief Norman, J-E-F-F-R-E-Y-N-O-R-M-A-N. We good? Great. Okay, so we're here for a briefing on the an ongoing investigation for human remains that were discovered early last week, and again, all the subsequent information that has come after that. I have to tell you, this briefing may be brief because there are a number of questions we may not be able to answer. That said, Sheriff Ball, Chief Norman will give you what they can, and on that, I will hand it off to the sheriff.
Yeah, the leg and the rest is still pending, but there's no indication that there's other victims here. Michael Jafer, there does seem to be enough, obviously, to charge this individual. They met at his workplace. It doesn't sound like they worked together. Not quite, we're not sure where he worked, but this was a first date turned fatal, according to the criminal complaint. Your thoughts here on what's next here? He's got a lawyer. What's next for both sides?
Case, because whenever police make the move that they make now, and we were just analyzing this last week on another case, whenever you see police make the moves that they're making now, they're pretty certain, right? That doesn't mean it's a guarantee that you're going to get convicted, but it does mean that it does guarantee you that they're confident in their case for them to make the move, right? And so this person basically now, we're going to start seeing the evidence come out. The investigation is still ongoing, right? And so we really don't know the extent of the evidence, but they feel pretty confident to charge him. Obviously, right? Double jeopardy would apply if you charge somebody, you go to a trial and they get acquitted, right? I mean, then at that point, if evidence comes out later on, then they've already been acquitted, it's done, right? So they seem pretty confident. So the next steps are us basically just seeing it lay out there, and then they proceed with the charges.
This is such a difficult case, and I know a lot of women watching this are going to be reacting and having a lot of questions about how they met. I know they mentioned the workplace, but the criminal complaint says that she was excited about this first date with someone new, and there's the images, the surveillance video of her sitting at the bar with him, that they're laughing, things seem to be going good. How did things turn to this? But I think that possible date turned fatal element of this, Michael Jafer, will be just an added thing that would be really hard for a jury to overlook if this case goes there.
We're in an era now where you could date anybody at any time and meet people online anywhere, right? And then you meet people. And so the overwhelming majority of those encounters do not end up in charred, dismembered remains laying around your community. They don't end that way. We all find out about the cases like this, which have a chilling effect on everybody else in society. And so everybody, you see this beautiful girl, right, and the pictures of her, right? This is going to resonate. And this is going to be the thing that, would taint a jury pool. This person either did it or didn't do it. Those are the only two options. He's either guilty or he either did it or he didn't do it. We're all going to be looking at the evidence to see, not only because we want justice in this case, but because we all have, daughters and we were sisters, who meet people online, and you don't want to imagine stuff like this happens. Again, it happens in the infinitesimal percentage of these encounters, but it happens, and it's a reminder that it happens. So we're going to be looking at this case closely for personal reasons and business reasons.
Absolutely.
It is.
So they met at the workplace then. Whatever job is it?
Like I said, I think to me, the way it is, it sounds like a setup. To me.
How so?
Because it seemed like he came in there and wanted her for a reason. And the way the crime is, the horrific of the crime, it's just crazy. Take out and then dismember the body like that. Yeah, that sounds like some type of setup that was planned.
And or he was mentally unstable, and one thing led to another, and he ended up knocking her out. He got flustered. He didn't want people to know about the body, so he ended up chopping her up to pieces. That should be something else also, but we won't know until.
Well, like I said, that situation about the mums, and that happened out there in Milwaukee County, taking people out there doing things like that. So there's a lot of things. Then remember the boy that was looking? He knocked on a man's door. He locked on the wrong door. He ended up getting shot.
He got fired on, yeah.
And then, that was in Milwaukee County.
Yeah, because his mom was too damn stupid to take him.
And then when the cops came after that one guy, no, they was out there for something else, and the guy went to the car, and the cop said, "Hold on, don't go," and he went to the car anyway. And then the cop followed them to the car and shot him. That happened, and that was worldwide too. That was national attention. That happened in Milwaukee County.
I don't know who the hell is the mayor of Milwaukee, but he's gonna have some angry women, angry men if this keeps up in this city. And I would not be surprised if this hits every other city, rioting wise. I would not be sure.
That guy Rittenhouse, I think that was in Wisconsin too. Remember the guy Rittenhouse who shot those two people through the Black Lives Matter protest?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was in Wisconsin too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, well, again, at the end of the day, I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. It's tragic, but until I'm not saying we duplicate what was back in those days, but I am seriously considering I'm telling people to start putting guns in your kids' hands at a specific age. At a specific age. White people are doing it every single day.
Yeah, but you see, they locked up that couple. What was that boy that went to the school and shot those people, and they just locked the parents up for that.
If you have to basically fight the system, then do so.
Mm-hmm.
Because ultimately, this is your life. We're in survivor mode at this point, so it really doesn't matter what specific law is out there when it comes to, let's say, for example, you're in a grocery store and you see a man with a gun. You see, well, okay, apparently you have yours. Who are they gonna? He had a little itchy trigger finger. You got an itchy trigger finger. Who's gonna survive that? Who's surviving there? You or him? And if the police come and get you, who are they gonna get? Him or you or both?
I think it might be best. I wonder if it'd be best as a person don't come pick you up. Y'all just meet at a location. He doesn't know
and handle that business.
Right. It goes separate ways. He doesn't know where you parked at. Don't tell him, or you don't tell her where you parked at. Just go separate ways.
Me, if I'm petty, If you know me, you know me. I'm petty. I'm that type of person. I'll get you anytime, anywhere. Cause it ain't gonna be no tomorrow. Ain't gonna be no. What did Carl Weather say? Ain't no tomorrow.
Right.
Ain't no. We gonna go back to back 10 paces, turn and shoot. No. If I have to get, if you're in Walmart, if I have that opportunity, guess what? You're getting it. If it comes to my family, if it comes to us, if it comes to certain people that I care about, you're getting it. You're getting it. And I'll put, once I'm done with you, I'll put the weapon down and I'm going like this.
Right.
I was like, you can come get me now. And I'll tell my children, this is who I am.
Right. Yeah,
This
that's
is
what
your,
the guy
this
did.
is your daddy.
Yeah, that's what this guy did a few years ago. It was a long time. That's when I was young. Someone, his kids was going to martial arts class, and one guy molested his son. Man, he waited for that guy. It happened on camera. But you know how when they got the person locked up and they taking them through the car to the car, they take them through the building so they could put him in the car. Well, he was going through the building, and the father was at a phone booth, and he acted like he was on the phone, and he was waiting for them to come past. And as soon as it came past, he hung up the phone and turned and shot him right there, and then dropped the gun and said, "All right, go ahead and take me." But they let him go. They let him go though. They let him go. I think he did like a couple years. I don't even think he did that because it was I forgot what they said, but I know he didn't do no time, no long time. And this happened on the news when you know how this happened while he was going through the walkway, going through the building. Actual happened on national television. I was like, God. He said, "Why'd you do that to my son? Why you do that?"
I mean, I don't mean to be controversial, but fuck it. What do you get special privileges being with a white woman? I just like to know. Just like I would ask the sisters, what do you get being? I mean, what do you? I mean, do you visualize yourself having a happy-go-lucky life being with a white man? Ladies, I mean, call me old-fashioned, but this has happened several other times. I mean, you got the football player from Seattle beating his girlfriend's ass and her being psychologically, damaged. You have this dude from New York beating his woman to a pulp. There's many things that happen in New York. Beating her to a pulp to the point where he says, "I'm sorry." And then you got the dude that tried to ask for her number. She says no. She ends up stabbing her in the neck. I don't get what and often I better not hear anybody say, "Well, black men do it too." At what rate? At what rate?
That's a good question, though. But I would like to see that information.
I would too. I would love to see that information, so we could put that on the big screen, find out who this brother is, and hold him accountable the right way.
Yeah, I've never, but that's just a preference for me. I've never dated
a white woman.
Mm-hmm.
I did when I was 19, and I was like, no, this isn't going anywhere. You ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Hell, I didn't have a choice. I got kicked out. I got kicked out at 19. So, and I had no other place to stay. So,
Yeah, I never like dated
that experience
talked
was
to one.
so devastating. I'd say, oh my God, what the?
Well, all my cousins that lived out in the suburb here, that plenty of them. Pretty much, that's all they dated. That's all they dated. And
What do you get out of it?
huh?
What do you get out of it?
Well, till them, they grew up with him. They grew up with him. That's how. That's
So
how.
I grew up with white friends all the back then when I was in Michigan, and they're still and we're still friends to this very day.
Yeah.
But I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dating any of this.
That comes as that's a preference. But like with my cousins, when they lived out what they still do live out in the county, in the suburbs, that's what they dated. Just about every girl that they had, and I see them with, they were.
Do they know your pain? Do they know your struggles? Do they know your history?
That was their preference.
Do they know you have been hoodwinked for so long?
Now, but see now, to this family on this side, right? They pretty much the county where they at. They didn't see pretty much none of that. Even the person that owned they have a monument here. It's in Lutherville County, where the school that the blacks went to, which is my family, are in charge of that monument, of that historical school in that area. But yeah, they didn't experience a lot of that. Then they have a newspaper of the person that started the Baltimore Sun. When the founder died, he put a long article on how much he loved. I think it was my great-great-grandmother. Yeah, great-great-grandmother. Because she took care of all the kids and bathed them, did all of that. And that's how they was raised, in that type of environment.
Lisa, and I can understand the sentiment. I said this earlier in the show. But how long? Well, I'll say this in fairness to the black woman. You get tired of hearing the same conversations over and over again. I get it. You're tired of being stepped on. I get it. You're tired of men walking out and not handling their business as offended fathers. Remember, the baby has not even been born yet. But they often say the woman it's the woman's fault for giving it up to the man. I often say, well, what about your situation? You stuck your dick in her. You could have easily said no. You could have easily walked off, but your mental mindset said, your lust took over. Your weakness took over, just like her weakness took over, right? So I blame the both of you. Both of you are responsible for bringing that baby into this world, but you're even more responsible, and you need to be held accountable because you walked away. Instead of settling it and say, look, we need to handle our business as co-parents. There is no co-parenting because you walked away. Selfish. You acted selfishly, and then you went on to the next chick and got her pregnant. And went on to the next chick and got her pregnant. Went on to the next chick and got her pregnant. You went on to 6 different counties. Just a ballpark figure. but these women had the ability to have babies. Yeah, but they can't have a baby on their own. There was a time and a place where they could, but due to the curse, they didn't have them anymore. So, by and large, they can't get pregnant without sperm. So, it is what it is.
There's so many different. Man, we can have a whole day or a whole week conversation because there's many different issues and many different actions that go on in relationships. So, but I can understand some women's anger, but they keep going through the same thing with these men. But at the same time, that's when the vetting comes in. You have to vet many of these men, and men has to vet the women too. It goes like you just said. Is both of them takes the blame. So if you see yourself getting in the same situation over and over again, then you have to come up with some type of vetting parameters you have to put together to keep you from being consistent or going through turmoil with these men. And men also turmoil that you're going with the women. And it starts to establish what's your foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And once you
Emma,
do that,
after you, then Emma, go ahead.
What?
After he finishes, you go ahead and then
no, I'm done.
What we on?
Emma, do you get what do you get out of spaces of certain men blaming women for practically damn near everything, but changing their draw? I mean, it's a miscalculation in my book, but I'm gonna let you have the floor.
At first I was it would be interesting, like when I first started hearing stuff like that, it would be interesting, to hear, because you're trying to get familiar with the spaces and stuff. But then it was getting kind of, I don't know, they kept talking about it. And it's like you want to be there and you want to support, but it's like, and everything got more and more vulgar. So I think it would be good if they had they could have like some sexy talks and stuff, but if it was like a little bit more organized, because some of stuff, all these outbursts, and it's a bunch of outbursts, vulgar, what's disrespectful, and it's just not sexy. So I mean, if they want to talk about it, I feel like, it's nothing wrong with talking about it. It's just like some people are getting like real hype. And that's why I said people like that, you got to kind of, it's like, we still love you, but we, you know what I mean? We know how far to go for you to snap. But yeah, that's what I got out of it. It's just a bunch of men talking and trying to figure it out. But then you have some people, I do believe, I would say, would get out of hand. And when I say because it's too like explicit. Is that the word?
Yeah.
Because I could see if like everybody was like, all right, tonight we're going to be having, this, that, and the other, and it's going to be like a sexy talk and everything, and it's more sexy. But some of that stuff is barbaric.
Yeah, often they say women are disrespectful and just over talking people. I'm like,
and I mean, it's a bunch of dudes. I get it. So thank you and bond. But at the same time, I've heard some things even back then up until now. And even some of the things that Kevin Samuels would say, I didn't agree with, because you got to think, even though men do know a lot of stuff, they might not know everything they're talking about when it comes to women, especially some men.
It always goes back to that guy.
Huh?
No, because he said something about
that.
he went too far with you guys, and that's why I said if I was a dude, I would feel like he was testing me a little bit, because I know some people that wouldn't watch, and then so from there it was some dudes saying they're gonna punch girls in the titties.
What? This is weird.
Anton said that.
Yeah, you didn't hear it.
No,
and you didn't know?
Yeah, I mean, getting punched in your titty.
That was a long time ago.
Some people don't even say titties. Some people say like breasts or.
That's like punching a man in his testicles. When you punch a woman in her breast like that, right?
The hit. I don't know what that aftermath is.
I'll kick a woman in her titty. That was the word of the.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I think that's too much. I think that's
these puppies, Vaughn. They can take a hit, but it's the aftermath. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Because of
if the woman's being disrespectful, he said, quote unquote, if a woman's being disrespectful to me, I have no problem kicking her in her titty.
What?
That's his word. That's his word.
No, he told her he was gonna kick her in her titty.
Oh wow. See, to me, if a woman takes you like that and you do that, she won. she had just won. I just can't. Me personally, I could not do that, because to me, if she took me to that point and I did it, that means she won, and I don't like to lose. I would not do that. I couldn't do that. That if you have to go there and beat it into a person, there's no need for you to stay there and be with that person. It's because it's going to continue.
No, what happened was it was one of the ladies that they were all having a discussion with.
Oh, okay.
And they got a little heated, him and old girl.
Oh. And he said if he was with her, he'd have hit her in the breast.
No, they had started going back and forth about something, and he was like, I know one thing, if a woman try to come at me or something, he said. But
a woman try to come at you, you kick her in the titty. Yeah.
Oh, come at you. Oh, and like hitting you or putting physical harm to you, like that, in that way.
Vaughn, we have to show you it if we ever get the clip, because
to find
it was him and old girl, and she definitely didn't appreciate it, because I think shortly after that she wasn't on the show anymore.
Oh, okay.
You must be talking about.
I could understand. Yeah, if a man say he was going to do that to someone, I wouldn't come back either. But that doesn't add up. If you have to harm a woman that way, just because she's saying things and stuff like that, no.
And I know she wasn't stressing about nothing, because they had been, done a good job on, his show. So she could have went ahead and said, you know what? Okay. But anyway, so it's been, just for example, but it's been way more stuff than that I've heard. And then again, I'm like, well, I don't have to come over here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't watch that channel.
But it's hard. It's hard to, because both sides, men has trauma in their past, what they've been through, and so do women. I think we spend too much time in judgment one another. I would like to know, this is me, if a woman comes at me or act a certain way, I want to know why first before I make a judgment, because she could be going through a lot. She could be going through a lot with her kids, her past relationships, her family, where she lives, bills is not getting paid like she wants you. So it's many things why people act out. And it's just not just women, men too. And there's many reasons why they act out. And I think we spend too much time making a judgment because a person acts a certain way. We automatically want to make a judgment saying, oh, she's this or he's that or she's this, he's that. And you don't even know what this person has been through. You don't know what's going on within that mind. I think that as me, I like to spend a little time to know why. Because once I know why, I can make an adjustment to handle a situation accordingly. But if I'm blind, yeah, of course, the first thing I'm going to say out my mouth, oh, she's that or he's this. Nah, I don't do that. Not even to my brothers or nor my sisters, because I know that we go through a lot within the system that we're in, you know. So I have to make a judgment is to understand what this person is going through.
Night Ish, what's happening, brother? I think I found it though. I think I found it. That boy Anton, he's something else. I got tired of talking about him, so I stopped because he's gonna. I mean, he's gonna keep doing what he do. I think this is it.
So, Lapeef, let's talk.
I've been actually advocating for shorter men. I've been saying,
Anton, hold on, Court. You see
I'm
it?
not saving her. I'm not saving her.
She's trying to act like she's not really throwing shots.
Ryan, you know
we gonna do this. We gonna get it.
I'm lying about the fact that
No, hold on, Court. Hold on, Court.
All
right,
y'all. All right.
I just want y'all to see it.
I value short. I mean, I don't care how tall somebody is. It's just not my thing.
Family. I like it.
Family.
Yeah.
Family.
JR, I'm
It's
not.
okay.
Gloves is off, fam. It's on.
Whatever you need
It's
to
on.
do, Anton.
It's
I
on.
can take it.
From here on out through 2021.
And
No, you're not. Who
Yes,
told
I
you
am.
that? That is the worst feedback that
ask
you've ever gotten in
questions
your
for
entire
a
life.
living. So are the
do you do,
school
okay?
systems to blame?
Oh, you don't. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Go ahead.
If you're saying are the school systems to blame for feminism, and then your main talking points are about how many women are teachers, that doesn't make sense because not all women are feminists. So just because a woman is teaching doesn't mean that feminism has anything to do with anything. There are women that teach that are like, women, you know, girls, be a wife, do all this. That's not promoting feminism. So if you're trying to say that just because someone is a woman, that they are promoting feminist ideologies, that is just incorrect.
I don't think that's what Jay's saying at all.
Hold on. Ask the question.
It's unclear.
Hold on. Like, I appreciate your opinion. It's received. The lead attorney had a question for you. What was that question?
Yeah, she just mentioned that she asks questions for a living. And so I was wondering what she did for a living.
I'm an educator.
Our children.
Don't do
How you
that.
gonna tell me don't do that? You've been throwing shots at me all. If you really ready to have this conversation, because you built like a bully, like a tank. Are you ready to have this conversation?
You can, if you're upset,
all of that.
feel free to put it
Real
all
talk.
on me, Anton. Go ahead.
Courtney, I've been playing nice all night.
Anton.
You know what I'm saying?
Put it all
We
on
good, Anton. We good.
Get it-
We good.
get it
I'm
all-
saying, like,
I know.
all I'm
Get it
saying
all
is,
off your
no,
chest.
Gorilla. Let's be
I know.
real.
I know.
All I'm saying is,
Get it all off your chest.
Look, now she offended. Listen,
I'm not. I said get it off your
why is it? No. We're gonna pivot for a minute. Why is it that we can take the hits, but then we can't give them back out? What? I don't understand that.
You can talk about how I look, my body. Go ahead, get it off your chest.
Oh, now she offended. Okay, I'm gonna be
not
nice. bro.
offended.
I'm gonna be nice.
You
I'm
can
gonna be
say
nice.
but
At the end of the day, I'm still rich. My dick's still big. I'm all of that, right? But here's the key, though. When you dish it, you're going to have to take it in the
dish
same
what?
vein. So
Like, what does this have to do with
be careful.
All
And
right,
I've been
y'all. All
warning
right.
you for a long time.
All right,
because
y'all. All right.
I will.
Anton,
You know me. I
Anton.
will go.
Do
I
it.
will go neutral.
Anton, hey, let's get back on track, y'all.
Sometimes it's cathartic to get things off
let's
your
get-
chest.
Kay,
Whatever
Kay.
you need to do.
Systems to blame for feminism.
A strong word, right? In K through 12. And you know, much to add.
But as they start, when I went through college,
I like. Be a taste of your own medicine.
Anton, did you feel hurt that I said that you were around my height? Because you are.
No, I'm cool. I love
Okay,
it.
so then why are you talking about punches?
I got some of the baddest chicks on my dick
Okay,
every single
great.
day.
So what do you feel that you've been punched? I'm just confused.
I'm saying you just been throwing shots. I've been paying attention.
It's not a shot. It's not.
You know
a
what
shot.
you're doing. You know you smart. You're an educator.
It's not a shot.
I will step over
That's
to the dark
fine.
side
I
at
understand
any
you
given
can
moment,
start it.
and
You
I'm
can do
not
whatever
the
you
one.
want.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
You're trying to act like she
But
not
here's the-
really throwing shots.
Damn. I can't find it anywhere. Damn it. But you got a little taste, got just a little taste of, you know, what he's capable of doing or capable of saying or whatever. You got just a little taste of it.
I'm still looking at, I talked with her before she was on
Okay.
Yeah, Courtney. I think that
Oh,
was
Courtney.
Yeah, she was doing a thing on Brother Clarence. I think what's the other guy? Rico brought her on because like she said, she's an educator, and I asked her a question, and but then me and Rico was going back and forth. As a matter of fact, we did a show it was on CRT, because when I asked her a question, he was saying they don't teach it in schools, and she didn't know that they teach it in schools also at that time. But yeah, I've talked with her, but what he said, and then the other women, I think the other women was laughing at stuff that he was saying to her. I was like, wow. But I guess it must be a thing that they do to bring people in, or some type of reality show, I guess. So I don't know. But the women was laughing, so I don't know was it a setup or.
Well, most of those women there, including Courtney, I mean, at that particular time they were puppets.
Oh, okay.
Except for K Love. K Love, the darker woman. There was K, the stacked one. Of course, there was a couple other girls there, and then Caleb I think she was fairly new. She just came up on there. She's a dark skinned woman. Let me just tell you, she didn't take no shit from Anton or anybody at that moment.
Oh, okay.
I mean, at the time when they were in Atlanta, all of them were in Atlanta, and they showed up. She showed up and showed out.
Oh, yeah.
And then there was the time when her and Kay and Kayla, they said they got kicked off the show. No, they walked off the show.
Oh, okay.
They walked off the show because it was too much. Anton is too much.
Is that the one that they paid? Like if you paid $20 or something money to get it, and they kicked the person off? Because I heard something.
No. No, that you talking about the bounty system. Everybody does the bounty system now.
Oh, okay.
I don't do the bounty system. I just kick you off if you're annoying.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you give a brother a cash app. I'm blessed, but they get money just because it's either competition or it's just a show. But I do this for awareness. Huh?
I did see some clip that people was talking about that he had a business, but then he got his money from a settlement that his father, something like that. I did see that on.
He owned a restaurant.
Yeah, they did say. Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Things kind of fell off, and he ended up settling. Or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
But he, I mean, he does what he does, but it's trying not to turn too much attention to it. And then he invented Fight Club, and that was famous up until 2 years ago, and then that fell apart. He broke that up because I guess he was trying to bring men together to have these particular conversations, but you know, logical conversations tend to go out the window like 10 minutes after you get, you know, certain motherfuckers in. So, and then let's just say you and I were in Fight Club and somebody didn't like what you said, they end up booting you off.
Oh, okay. Now he's supposed to be like the next Kevin Samuels or something like that, or
that would be Angry Man.
Oh, I've seen a couple of his streams. Were the ones he did on the rap beat. That's he was on. I seen him on. What's it?
I don't know if that was a sandwich shop, Bridget. I don't know that he was selling chicken wings. I don't know what he was doing.
He was on. Oh yeah, into that. He was on Soapbox channel too.
And he was not Sally Jesse. Why did Sally Jesse Raphael end up in my mind? He was on the Phil Valentine show. I think it's Phil.
Okay. That's the one that died, right?
No. What is the guy's name that is friends with Oprah? He has a daytime talk show.
Oh, you're talking about
He has a daytime talk show, and he is friends with Oprah. What the hell is his name? Radio
show? D.L. Hughley? Not D.L. Hughley.
No, not D.L. No, it's not a radio show. This is a TV show.
Dr. Phil?
Dr. Phil, thank you. Him and oh my God. Jason, what was his name? Jason Lee, some dude that is consistent, is very consistent in his stance about black people and white people.
Hey y'all, I'm back.
Jason Lee Peterson.
Oh, okay.
Jason Lee Peterson. Both him and Anton were on Dr. Phil's show and expressing some shit that white people were going like, huh?
Anton Daniels was on there?
Yes.
Oh yeah?
Yes. Dr. Phil. Of course he was on Dr. Phil's show. I don't know. All these men are trying to change the system somehow.
Mm-hmm.
In some disgusting, dramatic way, they're trying to get white folks to shift to their side, right? So it can be like, yo, we don't like the laws here in this country. We don't like to pay taxes. We don't like to pay certain shit because we know that this world is dominated by women. Since when? Their child support is what it is due to the fact that most of you Negroes run away from your responsibility. And the fact that some of these women just don't know how to close their damn legs. You know, it is stated that 65% of men win their court cases, or they win their child support cases. But in this sense, there are TV shows after TV shows of court, like these new court shows that the woman gets blasted for real by a female judge, but it's still not enough. It's still not enough. So I would say closely, it's
you
like
65% of who won cases?
65% of men. This is what I was told. I'm just a messenger. 65% of men win their child support cases.
But then when you say win child support cases, in what way? That they don't have to pay, or they
Right? They get custody of their children.
Oh no. I got to see. That person got to bring that data up. No.
No, you don't believe that?
No,
you
I don't
believe
that.
More men are being charged, but men are winning their child support cases. You don't believe that?
When did this data came out?
I have no idea. This was being told to me.
Oh, I would like to know.
That's why it's apropos to have a actual professional to actually tell this to me. But everybody's so professional now.
No, that doesn't add up. That doesn't. First of all, my ex-girlfriend works for the people of child support. She's a supervisor. She would tell you that no.
But did she tell you anything about it, Vaughn?
Huh?
But did y'all talk about it?
What, child support?
Yeah, just because she did it doesn't mean that you know how to do it.
No, I'm talking about when he says 65% of men win child support cases.
Right.
No. My ex-girlfriend works for them. She will tell you that does not, no. Not 65% of men.
No, I think he's saying just men, not compared to women.
But he said, as far as what though? He said not paying. That doesn't. Do you know who takes care of child support?
So out of all the men that try to get custody of their children, they're saying 65% of the men get custody.
The women would have to pay child support if the man had to win their custody battle.
If he takes her downtown, yeah. If he takes her to she would have to pay.
No, but real quick, yo.
If that data, that's why I said, when was that data taken? Because that might be a recent data because times has changed. I can see that, but not the whole time.
Well, I don't know. You see him? Wait, hold on.
And maybe people should supply their own, but they can't afford it because they're having more offspring that they can't feed.
Where's that?
Just about everywhere. Try to get a sterile.
And seen a lady with a bonnet on her head with 8 kids walking behind her. You think that she's being responsible? You think that she's really taking into consideration what she's supposed to do responsibly? You think that she's not on Section 8 housing? You don't think that we paying for her to house her kids, who's probably going to grow up and steal my wheels off my car?
I disagree with all this crap that I hear.
Oh,
I grew up 6 brothers and 7 sisters at a time when, I grew up on a plantation in Alabama. And we grew up in a little hut house, bathroom outside. My family raised an amazing family, children. But what the difference was then than it is now is that before you had babies, you got married. So you have the father and the mother in the home. And while the father's out earning a living, the mother was watching over his children. And so you were able to raise decent children. We didn't have government in our lives at the time. And so we were able to do that. And in America, we were not allowed all these illegal aliens and refugees to come into our country. So our government were not taking care of.
Listen,
if
high school red.
I think you've pretty much pissed off everybody. But you said there's not anything you've heard that you don't think is crap. So what do you think You said what you don't think. What do you think?
I know that we need to restore the family. We need a smaller government because government don't make anything work. They screw you up. We need to stop taking care of women who are having these babies out of wedlock.
Correct.
We need to stop taking care of these women who are coming from other countries. We need to stop taking care of their babies.
Okay,
we need to take care of American families first by getting them away from the government and restoring order.
Okay, you're a pastor, right?
Yes.
And you're a radio host?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you believe white people should have more children?
We definitely need white babies. And I tremble at the idea that white babies, that the white group is going down in numbers, because if you lose white folks going down in numbers, that the white, I tremble at the idea that white babies, that the white group is going down in numbers, because if you lose white folks, America, it's over for America.
You said you believe white people should have more children?
We definitely need white babies. And I tremble at the idea that white babies, that the white group is going down in numbers, because if you lose white folks, America, it's over for America. Because if you notice, white people tend to be more innovative. They're more creative. They have ideas about things. All these other races don't do nothing but destroy. They don't build, they destroy.
I said you'd piss off everybody. I was wrong. Now you pissed off everybody. Do you have a story or a question for me?
I told you.
What?
I'm trying to figure out how. It was a lot of stuff.
I told you.
I would have wrote down what I was gonna say before I, So y'all
go ahead.
No, because when he said somebody's children was gonna grow up and steal the wheels off, how is it gonna steal them if it's in a garage? And don't they, when they make the wheels now, don't they have them where it's more modern, so they lock them on? People can't take them like that.
That's again.
I don't even.
I know it really doesn't matter, Vaughn, but you just let me know.
No, it does. It does matter. What you I ain't gonna say what you said don't matter. No, it does matter.
I'm just saying, because like out of everything they said, I just noticed that. I was like, so why is he trying to blame it on these kids? Saying
right. Yeah. Right.
He's trying to blame it on black people, period.
But I just don't even see how that can happen. I'm like, if you know it, I was like, I know he probably knows a lot about cars, but
he's probably grew up in the wrong side of Detroit somewhere.
Oh,
Anton. Yeah, he grew up in the wrong side of the hood somewhere, and his father was an entrepreneur, and he probably gave him a trust fund or some shit. And Anton was being made fun of in school, and you know how that shit go. So
it just seemed like a lot of shucking and jiving.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. That's all. I'm using those words. I don't have to say no more. What you just said says it all. I don't have to say.
Wait! Did you see the look on white people's faces?
And his Botox.
I don't have to say what you just said is words of wisdom. I don't have to say.
No, look at Dr. Phil's eyes on the side. But he got filler and Botox. I watched the video, but Dr. Phil's a trip.
Yeah.
He's doing the best he can with what he has. I mean, Oprah's a good friend, so.
We need more white babies.
I mean, he can't listen to what he's saying. Look, he just got him up there entertaining.
There you go.
Popcorn.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And this is not he's not the first. This is not the first time for him. He's been on Fox. He's been on Fox News on Sean Hannity with Sean Hannity, Jason Lee Peterson. And even he was confused.
Yeah.
He need to go ahead somewhere with his expose talking about other black people.
Yeah.
He gonna quit it immediately.
Yeah, I seen him on Fox. I know about him. I know.
Right. Well, I mean, see, I was.
I hear your voice. He's like,
nobody was saying nothing. Was Devon?
Huh?
I said nobody was saying nothing about his stuff, but here he go getting up on Dr. Phil acting a fool.
Yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Phil know what
And Anton, I can't. That's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, me too.
I cannot believe Anton how angry he is. But sometimes when you of course we were being used as a crutch up there, but we always, try to hold everybody up. But it was like he when it comes to Black people or Black subjects, he gets really, really upset.
Oh,
Anton.
Well, that's because he's probably been hurt a lot. He's probably been teased when he was young. Women didn't like him. Men disrespected him because the women disrespected him. They ain't like him. They ain't like the way he looked. That's the reason why he say what he says with the money and he got the whatever. Because me and them people, they was teased when they was young little boys. They used to get chased home and stuff like that. And many of those boys, we call them window lookers. They lived in the hood, but their mother told them, you can't come outside. You want to look out the window. That was it. And he probably was getting teased. And all those things just accumulated over the years. And now he's striking out. So.
Okay.
He even goes at, he went after Queen Sheba, and Queen Sheba holds a fabulous champ. Fabulous.
Yeah, she's a smart woman too. She is some wisdom.
Very smart woman. Jesus Christ.
But I think it's more so just what Emma just said. That junket and jive. That's there. That right there is exactly what both
of them. It's obvious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's obvious. I mean, at this point, it's sad.
I ain't
even gonna hardly hold you. I ain't even hardly hold, because what he just did up there, I seemed like it might have been a while ago, but it seems like when I've heard him talk about Black subjects and stuff like that, he really, really it strikes a nerve with him. And not a good one.
Strikes a nerve, you say?
With him, it does, because he's always blaming it on Black people.
Really peel the Band-Aid off. Let's peel the Band-Aid off all the way. Let's peel the Band-Aid off all the way. I go to work every fucking day. I pay more taxes than I have to. No, because now you want to overtalk me. I pay more than I have to because I have to take care of a group of people. I have to now be responsible for bad decisions that women make because they fed into feminism and they sold themselves out. They sold their souls to the white woman to fuck up their families, and now they trying to remove themselves from holding themselves accountable for the people that they open up their legs to. I gotta pay for that shit. Is my fault? Because I live in a society where y'all pick the fucking president. Y'all policies, you pick these dumbass politicians. Y'all making all of the decisions of what's going on in the country, and now y'all want to remove all responsibility that comes along with it. Y'all pick the politicians. Y'all the determining factor for whether or not we gonna have these fucked up policies that's going on. We got all of these stupid Democrats in office continuing to raise the taxes so we can pay for these badass kids, and we can continue to fund the prison industrial complex that y'all breeding them in. And I have to be responsible for it? Come on, man. At some point, y'all gonna have to look in the mirror and take responsibility and say, yo, we got to do better as a community of women. Because even if every single guy that is a good guy decide that they want to exercise big discipline, the majority of the dudes that y'all picking to have kids with is the worst of society. And then y'all want to come on later and say, hey, be Boyce Watkins and save us. Fuck y'all and y'all kids and everything that them kids stand for. Because it's not my responsibility, and you need to own that shit and suck that shit up.
I have something to say.
Whatever you got to do, like a man got to do. Because let me tell you something: the family court law, they don't even care about whether or not the man can afford it. If he don't come up with that money, he going to jail. I don't see that happening to women. Y'all want equal, but it ain't equal.
because it ain't equal responsibility. It ain't equal in a family court law. And you know how I know it ain't equal? Because at the same time that y'all advocating for more feminism, more equal rights for equal play, y'all advocating against family court laws and updating the laws that wasn't even designated or allocated for y'all in the first place. It wasn't even meant for y'all. Y'all took advantage of the system. Y'all fucking up our community. It's y'all fault.
I need to tell
It's
you.
your fault. It's your fault for fucking up my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's your fault.
I would notice something I had learned from an Army general, and is that when he's out there speaking, and I guess he was like trying to like speak to the people and stuff. And I know it's his panel, but like all that moving his hands around, like you can tell when people not being genuine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What they call it, flailing or what? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, yeah, because when you, and that might be more like for like a speech, but what he was, you know, he was carrying on. So
right. Yeah, you're right. That's a good pickup. A good pickup that you noticed and what you just said. Yeah, because he's not coming with no facts. He's just speaking and just talking, and then he's going to say, yes, women, but you still can't. You got to blame both, like you said earlier. We-On-Loc. You got to bring both people. You know what I'm saying? Because both came together and did whatever they did. So you got responsibilities to rely on both of them. But let's just go on as far as why the welfare system was put in place, because a lot of the men, especially down south, was leaving their family, going up north, getting other families, and the ones down south wasn't being taken care of. And this was majority the Caucasians. And then when the stock market crashed and the economic system went down, that's when they put into the welfare system. But it wasn't just for the poor; it was for the wealthy too. You got welfare for the poor and welfare for the rich. Well, the companies get welfare grants, so you can't just don't.
Wait a minute, the rich get welfare as well?
Yes.
This is a new.
Yeah, just Google corporate welfare. How does it work? And you will see. You will see when corporations were put together because of welfare. Remember, the government can't make money for themselves. Just like I just told you, Lockheed Martin are the ones who takes care of child support. They get paid. They take care of child support.
No wonder the country is going down the drain.
It was put in place when Clinton was in office because we wasn't at war. So he gave the contract to Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman. They also are into as far as taking care of child support because there's money in it. They making money.
J.P. Morgan does the food stamps, right?
Yup, the food stamps. Absolutely. J.P. Morgan. Then you got Visa and MasterCard because every time you swipe, they get paid. So you know, it's just not you just looking at. They just got you looking at one area, but they don't got the other areas to look at. They don't ask you. Just like Trump said. Trump said, I get grants when my company went down and I couldn't, and I claimed bankruptcy and I could not pay for things as far as my stuff that was in there, all my payroll, all of that.
Right.
I became a loss. I had to file welfare. He got grants, and it just wasn't Trump. It was all corporations filed that. So it's just so. But I don't see people talk about that. The first thing they want to talk about is the poor people. Come on now, it was put in place because the stock market crashed, and you know who made one of the people that made money, who helped the stock market crash? The Kennedys. They was one of them. J.P. Morgan, the Rockefellers. They was behind the stock market to crash. That's why Roosevelt hired John F. Kennedy's father. Guess what he said when people said, "What you hire him for? He made money." He said, "I got to hire a thief to catch thieves." But I don't see nobody talk about them though. I don't see nobody talk about them. They only want to talk about the poor people. They only want to talk about people
who owns and controls the country. You got people that build the Berg family.
Yeah.
But
So
if you want
to talk about the poor, let's talk about them also. It was that was leaving families and just leaving their families there. You know, what's the name? You know, John McCain, his great grandfather left the white family and went with the black family.
And you know what? You gotta know.
That loser.
Right.
Please don't get
That seemed like that was a little bit of a setup for Dr. Phil and them because, you know, of all people, it's like those two, you know what I mean? And so we have to watch for that. Like, already have what you're gonna say before you get up there, something like powerful. So it was given. I didn't practice, but I was like, maybe they was nervous because it's a big show.
And I think, and Emma, you can answer this. Ain't sometimes when a woman gets depressed, it's things that she does that she really doesn't want to do. But this happens on both sides. But coming from a woman, that's why I'm asking you this question.
Don't want to do like what?
I mean, she may be with a man and she knows she's supposed to wear protection and supposed to don't want to keep, but she's in a depression mode, so she wants to be with this man, even though she didn't set things up to protect herself of not having kids. Does that happen? Does a woman mentality goes that way that she would not come up with those? Because the first thing they say, well, you should have protected yourself. You should have did this. You should have did that. Does women know this, but at times when they are depressed, they don't look at things clearly? Or am I reaching?
I would say not even in just that area. It could be, but that's a really important area. So for me, I wouldn't want to talk about it, you know, only with trusted, you know, women, because what does whatchamacallit call it? Queen of Foot, the sacred womb. I can't be talking about that with you right now. Like I said, give me a chance to really be sick. You know what I mean? I can't just be telling you stuff.
I haven't even read the whole entire book yet. Don't give secrets away.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Oh, okay.
And I know, you know what I mean, because I got my foundation, and it's for men and women. But I think anybody, even men, could make that same choice. Actually, to be honest, I think that could go both ways. And that's definitely something that can happen. But moving forward, we're gonna be that voice. Because if they scroll across this video, they're gonna get some knowledge.
Right.
Right.
And I always wanted, because like you just said, both people, it can happen to both. Both people could be in a depression state, and they just do certain things that they know that they shouldn't do, but they depressed, or things that's going on in the family, and kids not getting fed, things like that. So, because that's I mean, a lot of women just don't go out and say, you know what, I want to have 15 kids or 20 kids, right? 6 kids, and not marry.
But to be honest, like, even if a real woman was like a sex worker, they're not going to be doing that.
Huh?
I said, if a woman was a sex worker, though, when you said kids need to be fed and stuff, I think that's probably a rule as a sex worker. I don't think you're doing anything unprotected.
Okay. What Bridget said.
I mean, it's women that, you know, been attacked, you know, people that don't want to pay, you know, and where women got into it's a dangerous job. Like you said, women's decisions are never easy, but the thing is that when you're talking about with women, some women they're going to be straight about their business with it. So you're not going to be doing nothing with them unless, because that's their job.
You talk about a sex worker?
Yeah. So even if somebody was to get depressed, you always have to remember, like, if you was trying to feed some kids, that's a rule. I believe that is a rule. you got all your supplies and all the latest, you savvy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So-
that's what, yeah. Bridget said they probably don't care when they see. That's what I was saying. When a lot of women are in it, when they in that depressed mode, you know, they really don't care or really think, because like Antoine was saying, women lay down with them and the women do this and the women do that, but they don't look at what type of mentality that the women can be under. You see
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
but
They don't know.
I mean, the man has to do it too. So
Right, he could be under a depression state also.
that's right.
I'm not saying that he's the bigger one. He could be under depression state. What book is that? Sacred
But
Women?
somebody got to step up. So what's it gonna be? You know what I mean?
The Scarred Woman by Queen of Ford.
Because time is of the essence.
Right.
And once, like I said, once they hear this video, but go ahead, We-On-Loc, because Vaughn, but like you said, short answer, yes.
Okay.
You know, and I think that could be for anyone, us as people.
Right.
Like we don't have to separate ourselves in every situation, like because especially when men are talking about like they're being overlooked and not acknowledged and all this other stuff. So
Right.
that's why I said, and so even as a man or as a woman, you have to step up,
right,
and you know, guide the situation. Go ahead and do it.
Right.
You know, get it done. Be like, well, let's do this real fast, and I'll show you how to do this and that.
Right. Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, I see your point. As far as somebody has to step up. Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe we will. I believe we're going to. I believe we're going to step up in more ways than one. But especially when it comes to, you know, sexual education and just taking care of ourselves and loving ourselves more.
But do you think that isn't it hard when you have people making judgment statements at you? And a lot of this goes for men and women. When they make judgmental statements at you, it's hard for someone to step up when you're being judged consistently.
But y'all can probably say this more than me, but once stuff start happening to you in life, and then loved ones, like finally your grandparents, and then people start going, you hanging on, you stop caring what people think.
Okay.
That's why I thank God for the ancestors, because they always tell me, even though I don't listen, but they always tell me that I shouldn't care what people think. I need to do what my genius and my intellect and my fashion, my beauty and all that. So
I got you.
Yep.
Smash it.
Hey, girl.
What is going on, Trish?
Queen.
Trish, can you?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just listening to you guys talk, and I was in and out for most of the live, but good stuff. Smash it.
Yeah, we're just finishing up some things, and then of course I did say earlier, as far as the investigation is concerned, once they put it on the news, then of course, you know, some people who actually give a shit will start to cover the news, and you know, I'll be the first one to put it online. But we just went over our theories, and you know, of course, thanks to Bridget, this was like the very first. This was the woman's first and last date, and we don't know the outcomes of what had happened. But we would speculate all day. My speculation is he got mad at the girl, knocked her out. He got embarrassed, didn't want to know where the body was, so ended up chopping her up. Then they found remains of a leg, her arm or whatever, so they're trying to find the rest of the body. So and then I played a video earlier of Frida Gibbs, a former retired kickboxer, 3-time Muay Thai champion, who basically was getting raped by some guy or trying to get raped, or was on the verge of getting raped, but she ended up escaping from that situation. And then what was it, 12 years later? 15 years. Hey, that was, it was okay. 15 years later, the man ends up dead. So that was basically covering up all bases. I think it's coming to a point where, I mean, this is not the first and it won't be the last, but I think that in totality, Black women should be protected at all times, and most importantly, they should have protection on them at all times. That's just my opinion. What do you think, Trish?
Oh, I'm infatuated with guns. Smash it.
Did you hear about those Black women in Ohio? It was the Black women. It was like, I don't know how many of them, but they came up missing. They don't know what happened to them. Let me see if I can pull that up.
I only know about the ones in New York. The ones that got stabbed to death by some guy that can't stand for a woman to say no to him. So,
oh yeah, I see that one.
And one of the twins were pregnant. So I guess he stabbed the one that was pregnant. My question is the baby alive? That's my question.
I think what's name did a segment on it. Soapbox did a segment on it, I believe.
Okay. Good. That was mainly it. I just asked the question earlier. I asked, what do certain Black women see in white men? That's what I would ask.
You know what? In his case, I can real fast. I was thinking, I was like, I'm not trying to come down on anybody, but I mean, clearly she was too pretty to be talking to him. And so
way too precious. And she was 19 years old.
Because really, if it ain't working in the white world, it ain't working in the Black world. If it ain't working in the straight world, if you ugly in the gay world, you ugly in the straight world.
But how often does it happen in the Black world?
That's what I'm getting this stuff from people in these worlds, but anybody with eyes, whether they was white or not, it seemed like she looked like she was. It looked like she was younger and stuff, because you know how kids are. But it do look like she was too pretty to be talking to him, and whether he was white or not. Like even if he was Black, something about him was giving me and she just I don't know if they would have been a good couple. But sometimes, I don't know where she met him. It's sometimes different exposure. It might be somebody she met. She was like, let me just, but yeah, she was. And a lot of people would tell me that about guys I talk to. And I would be like, it doesn't matter. But it does. Just to start off, when we talk about red flags and stuff, you're not attractive to me, but maybe he was cute to her.
But remember when we were telling you that, per se, if you were to have a conversation with a guy, that you have to look at the guy's demeanor, his mood swings, his, how he talks, how he acts towards you. Remember I was telling you that? It's like you have to be aware of certain people's reactions to you, and you're not gonna know the full swing of it for a day, maybe 2 days, a week, possibly even a month before he shows his true colors. And then after that, you had already had known, you were smart enough to know, or you were not smart enough to know. And hopefully you were cautious enough to know his true nature. And we don't know a person's true nature until it is, okay, it's this one. Okay.
So I've been researching the Fatal Attraction series, docu-series of all the murders in the United States dating back to the 80s. And all these cases of women and men that were slain by loved ones or husbands, wives, spouses, ex-boyfriends in this docu-series. What's common, though, when it is a spouse or a loved one that's close to them, a husband, boyfriend, they usually don't show their behaviors, say, in the first trimester of courtship. They wait for the woman to get comfortable, think they're an outstanding guy. A lot of the family members, when their loved ones are slain by these offenders, they don't even have a clue. They never saw the behaviors, usually because they keep the woman isolated, moved away from the family. When they are going through DV or assault or bad behavior, they're not sharing it with their family members, because you know what family members would normally say: get away from that guy, he's not good for you, don't let it escalate, you're going to end up dead. And women tend to stay thinking it would get better. What I'm saying is, a great indication is any, and no matter what time it is, because it could happen a year from now, 2 years, 5 years. As soon as an incident happened where you feel uncomfortable, like your life is in danger or could be, do not ignore that feeling. Do not ignore it. Don't push it away and act like, oh, this was just this time. Because even though you've been with them or may have been with them for many years, sometimes this type of behavior has to settle first before they feel comfortable in attacking.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. And so what would be the advice for the specific woman who wants to date a specific man, or the unknown? I'll put it that way.
I don't understand the question.
Okay, let me rephrase. How will a woman, well, how will we know as men and women how to react to something that is unknown? Say, should we be more communicative? Should we be more cautious? What should we, as far as the dating scene is concerned? What should potentially be normal? For example, if I were to date a woman, which I don't date for 14 years, if I were single and afford to date somebody, what would I be looking for?
So you're asking me, and I'm more married than you are. Okay. My thing is this: I don't know what women would be open to, what their standards are, what their thresholds are. Me as a woman, I just would prioritize safety. The first time there's an indication where someone is trying to control you, isolate you, threaten you, make you feel like you're less important or feel unsafe, without a doubt, plan your escape then. Don't wait to settle. Don't go back and forth in your head like, did I love him? Nah, get out.
So look for that narcissistic person. Look out for that narcissistic person.
Yeah, but sometimes narcissism, they're very people oriented. They're sociopaths, some of them, and they know how to be chameleons, and they'll wait and be the best Oscar nominated actor or actress until the right time. So just got to be careful and go with your spirit guide.
Because some people just snap when they okay until you leave them. And that's another thing. What if you married, like you said, you want to leave, you do leave, you file a police report, and you still can get harmed.
Yeah, there are some protocols that a married woman, which is different from just dating, right? Or someone with no children involved.
Right.
There are different things that you want to look out for. I tell a lot of program clients when they're trying to escape or do a railroad thing where they're leaving their lives behind completely, they have to plan it out without indication or notice to let someone know that they're, leaving, because that's going to put them in harm's way. They're never going to get out. It has to be secretive, ad hoc. They have to plan and no paper trails at all of where they're going. And then sometimes you have to leave all your shit behind.
Right. And what do you suggest when kids are involved?
Listen, there's a lot of different organizations that help single parents, DV victims, aging out youth, human trafficking victims to escape their offenders, right? There are certain protocols that they would take. It's different scenarios. If the children are older, if the children are younger, if they're in school. There's so many different things that would have to be in place before they make their getaway.
Yeah.
Right. But if it's someone who, just say DV comes in different framework. What if it's a young girl that was being abused by her father in the house, right? It's a different protocol for that person opposed to a married woman with children, or a young man or boy that's in the household too. It's so many different. It's not a one size fit all.
Yeah, that's true, because you never know when a person mentality will switch, and so they can be cool with the breakup, and then 6 months from now they won't be cool. So you actually don't know where a person's mentality can switch.
Yeah, and the worst thing you can do, if you even hint, if there's even a hint that the person is going to be angered by a breakup, don't tell them. Just leave.
And you said there's different organizations that deal with stuff like this?
All over the world, all over the globe. That's why.
Because it's an organization that they, like, if you think this person would do harm to you and the kids, this organization would take you underground.
Yeah, there's so many of them. Even depending on if the family is a part of a church,
right?
They usually have programs within the church. There are so many different organizations that cater to DV. It's a community problem, and believe it or not, it's a global epidemic. I think there's not one state, even those isolated white states like North Dakota, you know what their community programs lead with? DV. Because what is a population of 60,000 family-oriented families going to do? During the pandemic, everyone was being abused all across the globe. So, yeah, there are a lot of organizations that came forth after the pandemic that stepped up and created programs. Yeah.
Because I think whatever you could call Mothers of America, they are a lobbying group also. They're a lobbyist group also.
Yeah, there are national organizations, and then there are locals depending on the state. What I do advise is going with the locals. Probably a partner with bigger organizations, and they are able to get them underground better. You know what I mean? Because they're right in their town. Get on this bus. So this, yeah, they're called safe houses.
I'm familiar with that. I've seen a lot of data and organizations that does that. Matter of fact, I was associated with a foundation that they didn't do the program, but they referred you to the people that does it. So yeah, that's absolutely true.
You could do a search. If I was in Wisconsin, I would do a search on DV in Wisconsin. That would link you into it. My advice to anyone that's suffering that way: never ever use a home computer. Go to the library. Because
Go to the library.
yeah, go to the library and do these searches. Never do it on a home computer, because if it's saved in your search history and your spouse, finds out you was doing these searches, you're trying to leave me. They're called safe houses, SAFE, safe houses all across the globe, and organizations are tied to them. You won't know the address if you go. I don't know where you guys are from. There are probably safe houses right there on your block, and you don't even know.
Yeah.
Designed
I'm
to look.
from Vegas. So.
Yeah. Vegas definitely have safe houses. What? They even have farms out there of DV, and they keep moving people. Like big, they have like a DV ranch. These addresses are like ad hoc. They wouldn't be publicized on the internet because it compromises the DV victims. So to ask where they are, they're out there by the thousands, but we wouldn't know their addresses because they keep moving these DV victims.
He said, what did he say? He said fear mongering about relation, but it seems like a lot of fear mongering. I would like to know what he means when it's a lot. What does he consider a lot? Is it data that he's seen or looked at that says it's mostly fear mongering? It's not really.
Yeah, it's definitely real. The increase of violence against Black women in just the United States is astonishing. It looks like genocide based on the cases. So I wouldn't say it's fear mongering. It's actually facts, and a lot of women are in fear of dating.
Oh yeah, remember that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they are fear of dating, just walking outside. Shit.
Right. You remember? I think it was in Afghanistan. They would used to
Stone
people with gasoline and light.
The women, yeah, they would. Ooh, I'm telling you, violence against women in general is bad globally, but I like to concentrate on just the U.S. alone because it's a lot, right? Right here alone, the violence against Black women is crazy. It came out of nowhere after, and it continued after the pandemic. So it
sure did. Yeah,
they can't say it was just the pandemic. It's increased after the pandemic. So I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, it's like it was like a war on Black people, and it was kind of crazy to me because, like you did say, after the pandemic, it still continued, but they came up with a law on about the Asians, and what was it? No hate law or something like that.
Yeah,
no hate.
Ain't that something though?
Right.
Ain't that something? What is also very interesting that I would like to point out? Isn't it funny? Before every election, there's always some murders against Black men with police officers. You heard about Mr. Reed just a couple of weeks ago, and a few others. Yeah, Deputy Reed in Chicago.
Oh, Chicago. Okay, I thought it was one in Mississippi too. But okay.
Yeah, there was one in Mississippi too. There was one in Memphis. It's like an increase of police assassinations, I would like to call them, against Black men. And then on the other side of the spectrum, you have Black men abusing Black women and murdering Black women. It's a system. It's crazy, and I never wrap my mind around it. I blame it on Obama.
Thank you. I blame it on Obama too. I do.
Yeah, that's what we always had police assassinations against black men, but it was the highest. It was the highest during his administration, and I think it was designed that way to have a black face as a president to do it by that amount. I mean, it's crazy.
So you said you blame him because
I don't actually blame
getting
him, but I
elected
think
or not passing any policies that can help the black community. So
What policy has he passed?
No, I'm saying she said she blamed it on him, so I just wanted to know for sure, is it because he didn't pass any policies or because he got elected?
I think it's because of design. It was always designed. Presidents aren't elected, they're appointed. So, you know,
4 years in advance.
I think it's before that because they're all related in bloodline. Every president. So
Yeah, Obama is related to George Bush.
they're all related. They all related. You can't be president if you're not a part of that. You can't be president of the United States if you aren't part of that royal bloodline of the elite nobility, not the black nobility, but the elite nobility. And they're all related. There's a young girl, I believe, that was like 9 years old that did a diagram, and this is crazy. She's in grade school, and she's able to do a diagram of how everyone was related, and it was featured on the news. You guys didn't see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's everything that conspiracy theorists were saying for eons. This little white girl is now saying, and it's so profound. Get out of here. Her parents taught her. That's how she knew.
Well, I do agree as far as the Obama thing, because it did happen. But this happened, it also happened in history before, because I remember I think it was not Franklin Roosevelt, but I think it was Teddy. I think he invited a black, not a politician, but a civil rights leader to the White House. And they said when he did that, they said about 1,400 black men was hung because they thought that black people was going to get more rights.
Absolutely. They always do that when publicly, when it looks like we're progressing as people, they always do something behind the scenes that puts us in our place. It drives me crazy because anything that they publicize, like it looks like we're moving ahead, I get very nervous. I'm like, what the hell is going on behind the scenes now? Because they, like, for instance, when they put Harriet Tubman or inducted her on the $20 bill, remember that?
Yeah.
Yep.
I knew that they was about to get rid of real money and do digital currency. They hate that one. There ain't going to be too many elitists going to be loving. They love money too much to praise that lady on the back of a bill. So I knew something was going on. And that was like 2009.
Countries are trying to get rid of the money, the dollar bill as well.
I'm sorry?
Don't you have 7 other countries that are trying to get rid of the dollar bill as well?
Yeah, it's part of the New World Order, allegedly, to change from paper money to digital currency. So is it going to happen tomorrow or, next year? Probably not. But they are forward-thinking technology because they have been playing with our time. It is not 2024. It's more like 3046. You know what I'm saying? So we're behind time in technology. If you go over to China, Japan, they make us look like we are third world country in technology.
Yeah, you could tell something is. You could tell something is.
You go to Senegal, America's looking like a third world country. Akon is doing that over there. So if you travel the world, you see how advanced the world is with technology. You come back to the U.S. If you're a high power corporation, they may have those technologies present, but regular people, they are just starting to transition from human beings to AI in their business workspace. Where if you go to other countries, it's AI.
All over.
Well, you can, because you could tell it was something brewing, because they try to get, because you know the American money is the world currency, so they trying to get it, once that digital going, that's it. Because I think Russia they got the Brinks, and they are together, and they creating their own currency. So,
I want you to look this up, We-On-Loc. Are you by computer? Like, I want you to research the U.S. dollar, the UK pounds or euros. We're going to start with that first, and then we're going to go to Asia and then Africa and do so forth and so on. But I always want you to compare it to the U.S. dollar because Von Erich just said something that was pretty inaccurate.
The UK pound of euros, okay.
Compared to the U.S. dollar. He just said the U.S. dollar rules.
no, I said the U.S. dollar is the world currency.
Okay.
No, I didn't say it rule.
Okay. Go ahead. World currency.
Well, let me get Dark Lake in here. What up, Dark Lake?
Hey, We-On-Loc. How you doing, man?
Blessed. How about yourself?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on your show again. I appreciate it. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Dark. I'm well. Splendid. Just splendid. Smash it.
Hey, Dark.
There we go. How you guys doing? Hey, I just want to say that I think what you guys were talking about was extremely important. All the information you were giving about different resources that DV victims can search out and find, right? Because I guess a lot of DV victims aren't aware of the different resources that they could use to remain safe in dire situations when they have an unstable partner. So just kudos to everybody for giving that information. The only narrative that I like to kind of discuss just real quick, I'm not going to go on a rant, is that I'm the guy who said that people should stay safe, but it sounds like some fear mongering going on here. And what I meant by that is I just fear the misinformation that's spread when it comes to Black women enduring violence in society when it comes to relationships. Because you said, I think it was Smash It. Wait, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Trish.
Oh, Trish, I'm sorry. I think it was you who was talking about Black women are afraid to walk out of their house. The violence against them is astronomical, right?
Yeah,
And
well, I didn't say they were afraid to walk out their homes per se. I'm saying they're afraid when they're in those situations to make certain moves because they're afraid of their spouse or offender attacking them. So they have to be careful with their movements, right? They can't do searches for nonprofits on a home computer because if the husband comes home and looks at the computer and see the searches of DV shelters and covenant houses, they're going to be triggered like, oh, she's trying to leave me. And that may cause her and her kids, if there's present, harm. I've seen it happen many a time. Soon as a woman,
right?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
And you also said that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you also said that the violence against Black women in the USA is like akin to genocide, right?
The way, and I see where you're going with this. Yes, the way they are perpetuating the statistics, and we do know they're usually amplified, falsified to cause fear. So I know where you're going. I get it. But because I've been doing a lot of research on different crimes against Black women specifically, like Fatal Attractions, docuseries, who they do a fascinating job and fantastic job covering all the details of these cases. I do believe it's an increase of violence. We-On-Loc does a lot of coverage on violence against Black women.
I agree. I agree with that, right? I'm sorry. I keep thinking you're pausing. My bad. I think I'm like probably 1.5 seconds behind in the stream. Go ahead.
Actually, I speak kind of slow and clear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my first time speaking with you, so I'm trying to get used to your cadence. No, go ahead.
Okay, so to make it a long story short, my thing is when it comes down to violence and women, it is real, and we see it even play out in a culture on YouTube. I was shocked to hear. I'm just calling it like I see it, We-On-Loc, how he does a lot of lectures to Black men to de-escalate them wanting to have violence against women. The fact that I'm in his chat hearing him do content like that is baffling. I'm like, Black men want to kill Black or ill Black women? Is this real? Only in the Matrix, right? But I listen in different sectors and different spaces on social media, and you would hear these type of rants of Black men saying that, you know, they'll pull up and baby mamas, they're gonna send people to their doors to make sure they don't do child support. It's just crazy. I never thought we would get to a place as a community where the end result is to kill the Black woman. Like, really?
So, and that's what I wanted to kind of touch on. You see, I think that rhetoric is dangerous for the majority of Black men, right? And the thing, and I'm really not trying to challenge you, it's just the narrative that I'm speaking on. And you see, there's about 51% of Black men in America who are not in relationships and don't have children and don't have any form of camaraderie with Black women, because the majority of the Black men who are procreating and dealing with Black women is a smaller percentage of Black men in America. So the thing is like we're talking about, and like I said earlier, I do agree that there's violence being brought upon Black women in the country, and I don't agree with it. And I think that more resources should be shared with those women to get them help. So
Okay.
wait, just 1 second. I'm sorry, just 1 second. So
Okay.
I'm not trying to, I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying that what you're saying is like a fantastical notion at all whatsoever. I know it's real. All I'm saying is that the context and the narrative needs to be projected. So if it's really violence that men are incurring in society, we wouldn't have statistics like lesbian relationships having a higher rate of domestic violence versus heterosexual relationships.
Right.
So if it was something that Black women need to like worry when it comes specifically to Black men in society, right? You can make that argument, that's fine. But also take into consideration that in lesbian relationships, the domestic violence rates are actually significantly higher than it would be in a Black heterosexual relationship. So that way we're not making the Black man, the average Black man in society, the boogeyman out here.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Can I go back a little bit before you go further? You
Absolutely.
Yeah. You just mentioned that there's a disproportionate number of Black men that aren't even dating Black women. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Interesting. Where do you get these stats from?
Well, there's the Pew Research, right? And it's also like the most reputedly understood stat is that around 51% of Black men in the middle class are single and childless. So
Okay.
if you take that into consideration, right, it would mean that a lower percentage of men who represent whatever demographic of that lower percentage is are actually the men who are procreating with a majority of the women.
Okay.
So I just want to say that's why I feel like, yes, I think that Black women should take the necessary steps it is to be safe, but I would just hope that like Black women can do that and at the same time not paint a broad brush over the entire mass populace of Black men.
I agree.
Right.
So,
Right.
so that's, I wanted to say, and I want to make myself abundantly clear. I'm
Mhm.
not saying that black men want to hurt black women. I just said I heard different platforms, including We-On-Loc, do lectures about that narrative, and I was shocked by it. In fact, just when I got this new information from the Matrix, the Manosphere, all these pill sectors, I don't know what the hell. In 2023, do you know black marriages are up 51%? So based off your statistics, who's right here? I see, and this is me, this is what I believe. I believe those statistics about black marriages in 2023 are up 51%. I don't believe there's a growing disconnect of single black men and single black women. I do think the black community is retreating back to nature and people are coming together. I don't know what statistics you're reading, but when I see statistics of it be on record, black heterosexual marriages are up 51% in 2023, and we're only in April. Oh, there's definitely hope for the black.
There's a lot of information that we still have to ask, because Dark Lake brought up Pew Research, and we know Pew is a right-wing poster. Also, he said middle class. So I would like to know more information. Where's the demographic that they took this poll? Also, but one thing he did say, it was in the middle class, and in the middle class is different than the lower class. So, but it's still information that we still not needs to be asked that we're not being shown. But because I don't want to say what he's saying is wrong, because he did quote the Pew Research.
That's fair. No, that's fair, guys. And you know what I'll do, because I can't stay long. What I'll do on if We-On-Loc will ever have me again on the show, and you guys are on here, I'll put links in the back for if you guys want to have this discussion again. Because just to be fair, if I'm gonna make a stat, then I should show you guys.
Absolutely.
I want to know something before you leave, Doc. Did you get that information from Breitbart?
No.
No.
Okay.
They're not actually associated with Breitbart, but it is a right wing poll that does get funding, but no, they don't associate with. I mean, they do things for Breitbart, but they do things for MSNBC and CNN. So
So here's the thing. I do have a history with the United Nations as a delegate, and I learned a lot about the statistics during my tenure there years ago. You know what I learned about statistics? And you just brought up Pew. I don't see them knocking on doors in the black community to find out if people are single or married. Who's going in these communities to say, okay, that's one, that's two, that's three? I don't see anybody from these high elite groups that put out these statistics coming in, not even suburban black neighborhoods. So where are they getting these stats from? That's all I'm going to say. So when I see the NAACP put out 51% black marriages up 2021, and this group that, even though some of them are not really for black people too, I'm not going to hold you there. But when I see more ethnic group statistics and organization that actually took numbers from even their congregation somewhere, just make sure they're black, right? And they're publishing them, I would go with that opposed to someone who doesn't even talk to black people. How would they know?
Okay, well, you know what? That's a fair point, right? And like I said, I'll bring this links next time. But I would just ask you to be consistent. If you have that same thought process for whoever providing stats about the black community in America as it exists in 2024, then you should have that same thought process and project it onto the statistics you read about violence incurred upon black women.
Absolutely.
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question?
Okay, absolutely. And again, I just wanted to state, I'm getting it straight from the NYPD or the police departments all over the U.S. who created these docuseries for Fatal Attraction. These are real cases. These aren't reenactment. It's not made up fiction. These are true cases.
So that
I believe it. Yeah, I believe that. And you guys, I got to bounce, and I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to challenge you guys like that because I know that this is a touchy subject and it's an important subject. My whole thing is that, like, I'm just known to defend the black male image, and it's like a repetitive thing that I project to a fault. So when I'm hearing something about genocide toward black women, you know, I got to hop on and say something about it. That's all that was, guys.
I just wanted to answer Trish's question when she said that they go door to door. They don't do it like that no more. They go by phone calls. They go by what you do on the internet. They go by some things when you go and vote. They take polls on that. They have different ways that they take polls, and they usually break it down on the way they gather evidence or gather information. But they don't go door to door. No, but they haven't been going door to door for years. So
Right. Hey, I got to go. Hey, you guys have a blessed day. Thank you, We-On-Loc, for having me, man. Peace.
All right.
Smash it. So I'm sorry to, you know, I understand statistics are definitely iffy. It depends on what organization puts them out. There's usually propaganda behind the statistic to drive something. We all know that. But I do have hope for the Black community, and knowing that there was an increase, even though we hear statistics of there's an increase of Black women, of violence against Black women, the demographics of that population that's causing this are our youth. And we know how troubled they are. These are not like people who are older. These are usually ex-offenders, specialized populations that are committing these crimes. These are not like people that snapped. You know what I'm saying? These are people that have history. In every case that I've seen where it ended up where man or a young man harming a woman or murdering a woman, he has a history of that in his background. You know what I'm saying? There was only one case of a doctor in Brooklyn, and this shocked me. I don't mean to. He never ever. He's a real doctor, and he was married. He was cheating on his wife, and he got this single mother that had 3 children pregnant. So she was pregnant with the 4th child, and it was his. But he wasn't leaving his wife, so he took her out on a date and irked her by a bridge and left her. It took a while for the police to find out it was a doctor who did it. Like, he doesn't have any history of violence. He was just scared, you know, not to lose his everything he built. But yeah, they got him too. So that was the only case that I saw so far, that there was no violent history in his past. He wasn't in and out of prison. He just, you know, that was a case. And wow.
Did you pull that information up about the dollar? It was more than a pound?
Yeah, I was going to ask that before Dark came in. Did you see the comparison of the U.S. dollar compared to, just say, the UK euro?
I had it up actually.
Okay.
But that wasn't I was speaking on.
Are you still with us, girl?
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I just want to see if you're still there, sis.
But this wasn't I wasn't speaking on. I said the U.S. dollar, the U.S. currency, is the world currency. I wasn't speaking
on. Okay.
No, I wasn't speaking on value. The U.S. money is the world currency. That's why they got a lot of countries on lock, because the U.S. is the world dollar. The money is the world currency. That's what you use to do transactions. That's when the U.S. when they talk about doing sanctions and things like that, because the U.S. dollar is the world currency.
So why are things so inflated then?
Because of the Federal Reserve and the World Reserve. They're the ones who are charged. They're the ones who gives the number when it comes to inflation, the rates. This is the reason why Russia, Cuba, South Africa, China, and what's the other one? India are breaking away with BRICS, because they're trying to come up with their own currency. Matter of fact, when the oil was exchanged, they was using, Russia was like, no, we're not using the dollar. We're using the Russian currency. And it was a big back and forth on that because the U.S. has been the world currency since World War One. I think World War One or World War Two. Maybe.
People need to get their weight up then. Well, there's going to be a lot of violence due to all this inflation going on, because they either that or start putting up raises. But the more raises that there are, the more inflation that there'll be.
Yeah, because the digital currency is coming. Because you see BlackRock just put all their investments and telling people to invest in Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's the way to go, and then put it in a trust, not just have it lingering.
Here's the thing what I say about Bitcoin. I know it.
Bitcoin is
it's right now.
Huh?
I know it's rocking right now, Bitcoin, but it's something. If I can't physically put it in my hand, it's a problem.
Okay, so I notice how a lot of people say Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a type of digital currency. They are not the leaders of digital currency. They were the first that became public, but there are more viable digital currencies and coins out there now. It's a huge market. I did a live on the S1 2023. It's something like that. There's 5 coins that you would invest in to create this system. And it's really hard to obtain each of these coins. But if you were lucky to get or collect these coins in the digital currency, none of them were Bitcoins, you would have probably been a multi-millionaire by like 2036. That's past, and one of the coins are almost impossible to get. But there are other plugs that brokers would let you know. But Bitcoin is not the end all say all. I wouldn't even invest in Bitcoin. There's so many others that are more profitable.
And well, they high on the stock market, but you got Russia with the Ethereum. You have
yes, Ethereum was just a list of them.
Yeah,
There's
you got
like
Doge,
26 of them.
Yeah, you got Dogecoin. You got what's his name? You got Facebook got Libya, not Libya, Libra. That's their coins, and then you got other people that's coming out with this. It's like it's a lot of them up there. I think it's up to 100. Me personally, I would invest in the mining of it.
That's where everyone got caught up before with Bitcoin. It takes a lot of resources and a lot of capital to maintain the mining of them. A lot of money. So yeah, I don't want to do the mining. I definitely want to collect and leverage it against real estate.
See, the reason why I say the mining, because it was just like when cable came out. When cable came out, the people that made the most money, that invested in the people that was making the boxes, that was making the instruments that you use for cable. The mining people are the lobbyists. They the ones who the reason why you know about Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of those. Because the mining, yes, you have to take care of it, but if the mining is the one that creates the coin.
I got something to tell you that you probably didn't know. I'm going to ask you this. In 2012, when the general public became aware that there was such a thing as Bitcoin digital currency, my question to you is, how long before that public release do you think Bitcoin existed?
Well, Bitcoin existed before 2012 as a before, but it was what we call a startup stage.
Right, but they fooled you guys. So when they made it public in 2012, did you realize that they already had Bitcoin's trust already created? How is it public? Hold on. It was already here, and the big elitists was investing in it with the Asians for 50 years before they made it public. The big old boys that look like you think of a pyramid, they wanted in first and created trust. So anybody that came in after, what would happen with their shares, their stocks? We would get what they call BTUs. They own the whole coin. You understand?
They own
Trust for them.
Right. They own the they the ones who created, but they also is the ones that you trade coins on too. The reason why I say coins can be because just like the guy who invested, he's the biggest investor in what's his name, Tesla, the Elon Musk's company.
Elon Musk, yeah.
Right. And he owns his company, his hedge fund is called Barron Internationals or Barron Internationals. Now they asked him about when it comes to coins or when it comes to anything when it comes to currency. He said all currencies are unstable. And we can see that if you look consistently since Bitcoin has come up. Look at the unstableness that it has been going on. Even when it comes to currency, a fiat currency. This is the reason why I say to invest in the people that's making it and the one that you have to use to bring your Bitcoin from your wallet to another wallet.
The biggest challenge with digital currency, no matter what coin it is, to get people to invest without apprehension, it is really about it being centralized or non-centralized. That's the key. If it's non-centralized, there's pros and cons to it. A lot of people in the black market wanted non-centralized money, right? We know what it is. If it's non-centralized, it's non-regulated, they can do what they want. But across the globe now, they want centralized so they can have this as a world language of money exchange, right? So how are they going to centralize it from country to country, coin to coin? And that's what they're working on right now. Right now, everything is non-centralized, but maybe a couple of them. And
they got it in place. I got it in place. The reason why they got it in place, that's the reason why, if you study the case of that guy, Blank Fine, that owned FTX, if you study his case and what he was doing when it comes to regulation, because he said there's no regulation. That's the reason why he was in Bermuda. But these are the ones who's going to regulate it. BlackRock just got a contract with the government to take, and the reserve gave them billions of dollars to to take care of the spending for the U.S. Now BlackRock just came up. His name was the guy the CEO of BlackRock. He has for years, since 2012, like you said, he was against Bitcoin. He was against it. Now he's telling people to invest in Bitcoin. It's a guy here. His name is Michael. He owns MicroStrategy. He put in $230 million in Bitcoin. You got Jay-Z, who teamed up with the ex-CEO of Twitter, that's putting up ATMs of coins. Not just here, but in Africa. So look at what's going on here. The regulation that you're talking about is being implemented now. Because they get ready to take the US currency and they get ready to switch it. And Bitcoin is going to be the leader in that. That's the reason why BlackRock is just telling people, that's the reason why BlackRock is taking care of it. That's the reason why they put in regulations now. The US government is now regulating because remember, someone just stole not too long ago billions of dollars of Bitcoin.
Okay. I wanted to, while you were speaking, I was doing a search. Have you guys ever heard of Herbert Huigi?
Name sounds familiar.
Herbert Wigwe. The family, okay, what happened to this African banker, right? Because being that we're talking about digital currency with Von Erich.
Yeah, that's the one that died in a plane crash?
Yeah, he died in a helicopter crash. Right. So what you're talking about right now was about, if he didn't pass, I would say you're wrong. But being that he passed, right, with his partner and all of his beneficiaries and successors on that helicopter, what you say is accurate. If you if we had this conversation last year, December, November, I would be like, nah, this is about to be. I was thinking this was going to hit because what they was about to do was revolutionary. Okay. But yeah, what we were been able to do is invest in their African bank. It would have been protected. It would have been regulated. It would have been centralized, and they had so many benefits with what they were setting up, and they was working on it for the last like 10 years. The fact that they wiped him and his whole family out, where there are no successors at all. Yes, what you're saying is 1,000% accurate. I can't see any other way because that was our only hope right there. They died all in a helicopter crash.
And he was an economic genius.
Genius. So you know, I know what you're saying is true, but the only reason why I'm agreeing with it is because Herbert Wiggley is gone.
Yeah, I remember.
So this thing came out in January 3rd of 2009.
Yes. Do you see what he and his partner, and they both was on the plane We-On-Loc. They both, the two geniuses that created that was on that helicopter.
That was the second time because he almost died the first time.
The wife and the son too. So there was no successors. They have a new CEO. It's a woman that is working in that company. It's Nigeria's largest bank, and it was like number 5 in the world.
It's no different what they did to Prince Pamuma back then.
Yep. There you go.
The Prince of Belgium just made it a point to say, you know, get him the fuck out, get him the fuck up out of here. So they sliced them up in tiny little bitty pieces. And the only thing that came up was Prince Pamuma's teeth.
Wow.
Straight up.
And what's that right get paid?
How do you feel about that though? I'm dead serious about Herbert Wiggley because a lot of people don't talk about it. You can't really talk about it on YouTube with his name in the title or anything because I've seen a whole channel and another second go down for just having his name in the title during the Super Bowl weekend. I was like, what? Well, his channel is gone, so they're not playing. We could talk about it, but
see, that's the thing. I would like to go research because I would like to go into details and see as far as because I knew he was an economic genius, but I would like to research his paperwork and things that he has been saying over the years.
Man,
because I don't want to speak on anything that
listen. So this is what I do know, right? They are mathematicians and engineers. Yes. So what I'm praying, I am so praying because we don't know. There's a woman who's placed right now for that company. And she was like the successor, really close to the family, right? I'm praying that she has enough to carry on and not bully.
Yeah, but is she going to go? Is she going to go his way though? That's the thing. Is she going to go? Was she there ever since the company was started?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was her his wife's best friend.
Okay.
They're very close knit, but here's my fear. She is not those two men, and I know she's probably smart as well. And he did appoint her in the trust or whatever. That's why she's in that position. But I'm wondering if she is compromised now.
Right, because that's the thing. Is she go? Because didn't someone try to buy the bank not too long ago too?
And she's actually contemplating it, Ron.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Why would she contemplate it? Why not just carry out the mission of the corporation and the bank? She's scared.
Yeah, she's
scared for her and her family. I'm telling you.
They may had a meeting with her before he even got taken.
Yeah, you know what? I thought that because the way they inducted her, You should see her in the induction. Her face look, and these are Africans, right?
Right.
Man, listen, she looks scared as shit.
Yeah. I think they made. I think if they sell it,
Do you know how much money we're talking about here? Do you know what we're talking about? We're talking about a global takeover. That's what they were involved in, and there was nothing to stop their technology. Now, what do you think is going to happen to it? That's
and plus, I think he was. And plus, I think he was. Plus, the way what I read, he wasn't going with the Federal Reserve. He wasn't doing.
No, everything was there. They separated. Put it this way: that New World Order, they put a stop to it. They made a whole bubble of their own,
Right.
And they were getting a lot of people interested in going that way. It put a whole monkey wrench in their plans for this NWO. So I already knew.
Right.
Like,
he was against the norm.
I thought. Here's the thing: when you have something this big, like bigger than the planet, why wouldn't they invest in a militia or protection, right? Why would they just be geeks and be like, I'm the innovator? Why would they think that these people will let them do this?
Right.
Why not set up a militia with this idea? But now the cat is out the bag, and that's how Elon Musk became Elon Musk. You think he created this? You think he's a genius? No, he stole it. He stole these ideas. So that's what's happening right now with Herbert Wigwe and his partners' ideas.
So this is the same.
I'm sorry?
This is the same son of a bitch from South Africa?
Yeah, that's Elon. Yeah. Him and his brother.
Yeah.
Him and his brother.
And let me ask you a question. Do you guys know who Elon Musk's dad is? Wow.
Yeah, I read about him. He was I read about him. Mm-hmm. And the stuff that he was into, especially a pedophile. I think.
Good night, Amma. I see you. Oh, you can just say it now that you're off mute. We-On-Loc.
More. I'm not on mute. No.
Okay.
But this is quite interesting. Where's my button at?
This is fascinating to me. This is what I've been covering for the last 2 years on my channel. No one's interested in it but me, seems. And maybe like 11 more people. But it fascinates me. I'm such a geek when it comes down to this economics. What?
That's me too. Matter of fact, the guy, his name is I keep forgetting the second name, but he owns a company called MicroStrategy. It's a software company it's a software company that tells you that you will use to show in your business as far as your ups and downs and where you are losing money and where you're gaining and things like that. But he owns MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy, that's the company, and he invested $230 million. So I've been in it since 2010. So I listen to the stuff that he says, especially when it comes to the mining and things like that. That was interesting at me, how they got the minings in different places, like in Switzerland and Antarctica, because they got to keep that the things running because of the heat and stuff like that. So that was a good thing. But the thing is that the computer that they have on the stock market called it's a quantum computer that runs information as in the fast of light. So that's going to be the AI one that's going to be charged of the coins exchange. So here's
the thing. Here's the thing about all this is going on. Why are you talking about this? Who's going to be? Well, let me just say this. What happens when the electricity goes out? You can't use your computers to. Well, your computers are going to be charged, but after they run out, you're not going to be able to use your wallet.
No, what computers?
I'm confused. What?
Yeah. What you say?
Don't you put your coins in your wallet when it comes to Bitcoin?
Oh yeah, yeah. But you can have it on your phone. It don't
No,
have to
I
be.
see what he's trying to say. I see what he's trying to say. What if Wi-Fi goes out, hypothetically? What if the 5G crashes? Then what?
In your house or
No,
outside?
all over the world. What if
Oh,
that crashes? Remember they had that theory of Y2K back in the day, in
yeah.
the 2000. What if that happened now, right?
But
What
I think, and when that happens, I think that
it's gonna happen.
but I still think that if that happens, let's just say hypothetically that happens, that's when Elon Musk come in place because he's putting up satellites that's going to surround
See
the
what
globe.
you just said? See what you just said?
Mm-hmm.
That right there is why Herbert Wigwey is no longer here, because they were completely isolated. It would have prevented all of that from happening.
Yeah.
You know, that the system they created. So all of the what ifs and all of the restraints of investing, they answered and put all buyers at ease. So yeah, now what did you say? Elon Musk has the backup. Yeah,
Yeah, he has to. Yeah, because he's
now we got to use Elon Musk's backup alternative. Exactly.
If it was a hypothetical like the 5G goes out, because he got satellites all over. He got hundreds of satellites, but he's trying to surround the globe with satellites. That's what he's good. That's what
Exactly. The thing that he fears the most, he's implementing. How funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just find it all convenient, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. Because once you move pieces around or remove pieces off the board, right, it creates a clear way for something else to move in that lane. And that's all I'm gonna say.
That's what makes them money. That's what makes these people money, and that's what makes them clearly kings of the earth.
And that's why
I'm not gonna say all of that now.
But that's why I think that's why I think.
And he who pays the fiddle cost, well, how's it go? He who pays the tune pays the fiddle. How did he?
Listen to me. Okay, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna give you spiritual hope right now. Going back to Herbert Wigwey, do you honestly think he and his partner are the only geniuses in the world that are like us?
No.
Exactly. All right. So, okay. These guys were mega older, right? They were in their 60s, right? Do you know what type of talent is brewing right now in Africa?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I have hope. It's so sad. It's such a unfortunate situation because it was a brilliant idea, but I really believe that something else, even when these new systems in place for digital currency is put in place, I believe there will always be an alternative that will make the people, our people, feel better. And even when they try little like this Elon Musk things, I think there's always going to be a counter for it. It's just
This is the guy.
yeah, hell yeah. That's Herbert Wigwey. Rest in power.
Interesting. So anybody who tries to grow a gold mine in the United States of America, well, anywhere at that matter.
They were Nigerian. We would be able to bank in Nigeria from the U.S. with digital currency if this company. Well, I know it's compromised now. I wouldn't invest now that he's gone. I don't care who's in that seat. It wouldn't make me feel comfortable because I think they're compromised, especially with the new successor. But I do believe that there are others, scientists, mathematicians, geniuses just like him, that are brewing. He was just one that got an opportunity to showcase it. This could be used as an example of what not to do. We got to move more silent
That's all it says.
I think, I think you're absolutely right, and you're on, because let's be honest, they took him out, right, and just all the genius that you see now coming out in Africa, and plus look what they're doing to Robert Smith and Byron Allen.
I was about to say that. Go ahead.
They prevented them from getting a football team. Then you got this new football league coming out, and they stopping black people from owning teams over there. Matter of fact, this guy Wiggy was going to invest into one of those teams and things like he was going to invest in, especially in black businesses. But just look at that. They won't allow no black person to have a team, not even a basketball team, and many other things. They don't. They have this woman in California, like I told you before. You don't even hear about her. She's invested in $100 million, but she have to watch what she's doing, because matter of fact, she's not even the CEO no more. They put someone else as the CEO. But
yeah, I was about to ask you that. Didn't they reassign her?
Yeah, but the thing is, look at Byron Allen, look at Robert Smith, look at the other billionaires that they were not allowed to get things. They only allowed to go but so far. But see, this guy was trying.
Listen. I really, oh man, there's so much I'm fighting not to say on this platform right now. Only if you knew. My thing is this. No. I gotta be careful. Huh?
Smash it.
No. I'm being very careful, sir. Very careful. So, in regards to Vaughn, the fact that you knew who Herbert Wiggley was, I'm very impressed. I could pull up 50 people, line them up, and I asked them, "Do you know who Herbert Wiggley? Did you know who Herbert Wiggley was?" And they all say no. Maybe 2 out of the 50 would say yeah. So I'm very impressed that you even knew who he was, and the fact that you knew what he stood for and what he was brewing for the last, I guess, more than a decade. It's astonishing to me, and I think.
But now that we know, we're gonna do some heavy. Well, I'm gonna do some heavy research. Fuck everybody else.
Well, you need to catch up.
Yeah.
We-On-Loc. I'm gonna start calling you Willie.
I mean, I know my people, but when you introduce me to a person that I particularly don't know, I'm like, I'm quite curious.
Oh God, you're gonna be so. Listen. I was following him, and when that happened, I wasn't following him every step because there was always a lot of. They had a lot of pushback to get to the point where they were, and it was frustrating because I didn't think it was going to happen. And then when it was really seeming like it was going to happen, this helicopter crash happened. I'm like, how did all of them get on this helicopter for this? When did Nigerians get so enthralled with American football? That was like, why was his wife on that plane too? She likes football. I had so many questions.
They was looking into investments also but you know how it's like they did that to Byron Allen, but that's like the second time. That was like the third time that he got. That's because 2 times before his helicopter.
I know, but see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How coincidental the whole family was on that helicopter. Like, who said y'all all got to get on this helicopter and go to the Super Bowl? I know his wife was. They're Nigerian. They don't care about football. Think about this.
Yeah.
They don't care about football. They care about soccer.
Soccer. Yeah, they don't. They're not into
Super Bowl. Like I was like, Nigerians going to Super Bowl? That's a setup. They don't care anything about Super Bowl halftime.
On the side note, soccer is a big deal in other countries.
It's a global thing. Global. It's not we're the only country that don't recognize soccer the way the rest of the world does. You would be surprised how many what they paid those soccer athletes, even for being bench warmers. What? You know how much money soccer players make, even if they're bench warmers? NFL, NBA, and none of our sports could even come close to what they pay these guys.
Yeah,
None.
you make some money.
Crazy.
Yeah, they do. Make some
And guess who else makes money too? The people outside that actually have some of these, or I should say, certain players take dives so they can make money.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think Trish is right. I think even though they trying to stop it, it was just as even in the Bible when Pharaoh was coming up with different ways to try to stop the Israelites from prospering and growing, everything he tried did not work.
This is what I believe. Hold on one moment.
Didn't work at all.
I believe that Herbert Wigway had apprentice. You know what that is?
Yeah.
And I believe they're unknown, like cells. Nigeria is a very spiritual country. I do not believe. Listen, child, the fact I was gagged when I heard that his son was on that helicopter. I was like, God damn. They forced those people to go to that Super Bowl. Something happened with a partner. I'm still, as you can hear, I'm still stuck on how was all of them on that helicopter going to Super Bowl, right? So put it this way. If this was a plan, or if it was a setup, or if it was last minute, I know these men were brilliant. And I know that they knew the dangers they would have to face creating something this revolutionary, right?
Yeah. You see what that Nigeria years ago on the stock market?
Exactly.
$1 billion.
Exactly. So with a man with this genius, right? If we're just speaking about it, and a family that is aware of the dangers of what they're doing, revolutionizing, they had to have a crisis or risk management plan in place. And no offense, it couldn't end with that CEO they put in place. I'm sorry.
So why even introduce something like this to the world then if it was so dangerous? I don't get it.
Because they thought, listen, they rocked them to sleep because I believe the powers that be, let's just say, wanted the inside on how they did it. And now they stole it because they got the inside scoop of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, and we was just talking about how they was challenged with getting centralized and decentralization of these digital currencies. So it's under one kind of system. They was creating a system that said, I don't care what the rest of the world do. If you bank with us, your money's okay, right?
Yeah. You know what? You also, this is what he was good at, right? This because he was an economic genius. He was a genius. Okay. If you go back and listen to Terrence Howard, he's a genius too. Go look at that.
No. I'm not going. I'm not. Did you just say that
Terrence Howard was a genius?
that Terrence Howard is a genius, that green-eyed alien? I'm on mute.
Let me explain, okay?
I know what you're about to say.
Listen to this, because what she just said as far as the system, all right? Now, this is what Terrence Howard said, and many of people didn't realize. He said, this is the reason I figured out that we under a system, and a system doesn't add up. He said, when you say math, right? You say 1 times 1 equals what?
2. Mm.
1 times 1.
I'm sorry. 1 times 1 equals 1.
Okay, and he
So
said
one
hold
cannot be
up,
a part of one
hold
cannot
up.
be part of the multiplication table.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
That's what he said.
How can you say 1 times 1 equals 1 when you are multiplying? When you are multiple means multiple numbers. So
Okay.
1 times 1 cannot equal 1 when you're doing multiple numbers.
Right.
Hold up, Tris. Let me finish. All right. Now he has figured out the way the system. We've been taught math, and this is what this guy Wiggy that she's talking about. Wiggy was doing an economic, and he was like, no, I'm not doing under the economic system the banking system is under. I'm not doing that. I'm not being under a system that you want me to follow. He went out of that system. That's the reason why, and he was making tons of money in it. Instead of staying in the system, this was Terrence Howard. If you don't believe me, go look at his lecture that he did at Harvard.
No, okay, I can't take anymore. I can't. So, Vaughn, what's your sign?
I'm a Libra.
Oh God. Okay, Vaughn, I want to tell you something, and I hope you accept the truth. Are you going to be able to accept the truth?
I'm always able to accept
the truth. Go ahead and go. Go ahead and go. Go ahead.
Okay, Terrence Howard did not come up with that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm speaking you. I only deal with truth and not propaganda, and I can't let you think that. Terrence Howard didn't come up with shit. That's number one. He partnered up with a scientist that stole this idea that was banned from the U.S. by the person who came up with the challenge of the mathematics, right? So they're reintroducing it. He even said it in a lecture when he did his university tour that this is not an innovative thing. Now, if you, think that Terrence Howard came up with these theories all by himself, he is doing another role. He got out of Hollywood, and he is endorsing the scientist theory to reintroduce, and they're using this green-eyed bandit to attract more black people, and that's all it is. Okay.
Trish, come on, Trish. Do you know? Are you a mathematician?
Somewhat.
Okay, tell me anything that he did that does not add up.
No, I'm not saying that he's wrong, but it's not his idea. No, because it's not his idea. It's not his idea.
No, I didn't say that. See, you're not listening. I didn't
you
say
said
that.
When he came up with Terrence Howard,
I didn't say he came up with a whole new system, and he also owns patents. So let's be clear on that.
With the scientists, sir.
Okay, no.
They're paying him. They're paying him. That's why he left Hollywood.
Let's just go with the scientists. So that means he should be respected. He should not be disrespected.
He stole the idea. They said it.
Bill Gates stole. Bill Gates. Let's just say that Bill Gates.
I don't like him neither.
But don't just disrespect. If you believe that he stole it, you don't have no evidence to say that he.
Yes, I do. They even listen, Vaughn. In the lecture you're quoting, he described where his source is for that philosophy. They banned.
Hold on.
Live. I talked about you. You want me to? I give you permission to share it.
Hold on. The only thing I'm gonna say is this: everybody steals from everybody. Now, go ahead.
Okay. Now, she said that that's called plagiarism. That's what they accused that woman from Harvard. So he did not steal. You're saying something that does not add up. Once you say that
he came out of his own mouth. I did a video on it.
Trish, hold up. Let me finish because you cut me off. Let me finish. When somebody is in an academic, intellectual doing a lecture, once they say where they got the source from or any theory from, it is not considered stealing. It's only considered stealing is when you do not give the source. It's called plagiarism. That's what they accused that woman at Harvard.
Right.
Please don't say information that is not accurate.
It does. He says it out of his own mouth, and the scientists too sitting in the lecture together. These are his words.
Yes, but you can't say
Listen, the bottom line is he said these words. This is nothing. This is not new science. This was banned in the U.S. The scientist that introduced this over 120 years ago was banned in the U.S. for going against the systems. Right?
And I'm saying,
All I'm saying is, he said it out of his own mouth. And in fact, a lot of Nigerians has been utilizing this system way before the original guy that was banned used it first. We taught them mathematics. We taught
them. Listen to what I'm saying, though. You still not listen to what I'm saying. When you said that he stole it, and I'm telling you, in an academic, when someone does the academic lecture as he does, and when he's working on his thesis or anything like that, once he say he got the information or his whatever he got it from, it is not considered stealing. It's only considered stealing when he does not give the information. Go research the woman at Harvard that got fired.
I got you. No.
Now some of the stuff that he did,
you got to put a name on it.
Some of the stuff that just look up the
I know who he's talking about, but I think we're talking about two different things. What I'm saying to you is the reason why Terrence Howard, and I hope you accept this, the only reason why they reintroducing this philosophy, they changed two things. They changed two components out of the original. So it's not plagiarism. You're right. It's not. He sourced where they got the original idea, but they changed two things only to drive sales for that new machine that the scientists created so we can buy into it. For instance, I know he's lying for one thing. He only sounds smart to someone who doesn't know better. Carbon is not yellow. It's black. Dr. Sebi debunked it. He went against everything listen, when he came down to that 666 in that, and you could tell a white person was a scientist, because what Terrence Howard was saying, and I debunked it while I was reviewing his lecture, he said every element has a color code to it. He said carbon is yellow. When he said that, I knew he was full of shit, and they only wanted to drive sales for that new machine. The scientist is having him endorse. That's my take on it.
Let's just go by what you said. First of all, Dr. Sebi is not a mathematician, so let's
he's not. But he's noted this machine that they created is designed to cure HIV, AIDS. This is the point of him doing the lecture.
No. But okay. Did anyone there, because every person there that was challenged him, they could not challenge him. Did they win? Did anybody come up with
these are students in a college. We're talking about Dr. Sebi, who has record of curing 87 patients with AIDS, cancer, diabetes, fibromyalgia, tuberculosis, hepatitis, all types, sickle cell, all types of shit. All right.
That has nothing to do with the color.
It does. Let me tell you why. Let me finish. Because all his lecture is doing and what it's designed for is to drive cells to the machine that cures HIV and cancer that Terrence Howard and that scientist is creating. He said carbon is yellow. He said carbon is yellow. Carbon is not yellow. There's no noted scientist or physician that would know carbon is not yellow. Only a dumb person would know carbon is yellow. Carbon is black. I don't need to be a biologist to know that. Everybody knows that.
You need to be a biologist because everything that you've been taught, this is what he's challenging. Things that you've been taught, you was told that. Have you ever seen it?
Yes.
Why
you haven't?
Yes. Okay. Ron, don't laugh at me. If you ask me a question, we have an intellectual conversation.
Wait. Why does everything have to be so evident?
Because that's when you having an intellectual conversation, especially any conversation, and you make a claim, you have to have a positive evidence to.
I do got a positive evidence. Okay, what you could do, and you could do it right there in your own home. You could light up a piece of paper and burn it. And what element is it?
Is
it carbon? My sir, you're talking science to a science-based practitioner.
Okay, but you're talking about the stage after.
What? No, no. I'm telling you that I'm challenging what he said about carbon being yellow. That's what I said, and I know that's accurate.
Maybe Brittany could break the ice. What color is carbon? Carbon. There you go. The bottom line to all this conversation is we had one person who was challenged by the court. Challenged by the courts because he was coming out with something that was going to be so big in everybody's eyes, right? And just like weed, just like crack cocaine, well, not crack cocaine. If government don't put their hands on something, it's illegal. And now that it's legal, governments gets what? The government gets what? 10, 20, 30%?
But we're not talking about
19%
but you get my my meaning though. Get my meaning. Because Dr. Sabby
Juan just want to fight with me. That's all.
No, I'm not fighting. I'm not just.
No.
I like it. I like it like that. I like it like that.
I'm just.
He said that carbon was black.
Mom, we can do this all day.
That's what everybody thought. That's what everybody thought.
We can do this all day.
Nobody at the Harvard. Even she said kids was there. It was kids and it was professors there. They did not challenge him. So and then
he was challenged by the courts. What are you talking about?
No.
And he won. Though. He won. Don't forget that fact. He won.
We're not talking about the courts. We're not talking about
the Supreme Court.
We're not talking about Supreme. You're talking about that. Dr. Sebi went into the Supreme. Even
you acting like he's some type
wait a
of.
minute, hold up. Dr. Sebi. Okay.
Respect on his name.
Wait a minute, hold up. Dr. Sebi did not go to court and talk about carbon. He went to court to talk about as far as the things that was healing and stuff like that. Go look at if that's the case. Let's pull up his.
You're right.
Okay, so he did not go to court on that. He went to court about
he didn't go to court on that.
Yes, he did. It's even.
No, I said he didn't. I agreed with you. You're trying to disagree with me, and I'm agreeing with you. No, he did not go to court on carbon being black, but he did many lectures in the same universities that you're like giving Terrence Howard a high five on. Dr. Sebi's the GOAT. Put some respect.
Yes, I'm not talking about that. But Dr. Sebi, yes, he was going by through what the system was saying. I'm saying is Terrence Howard has put a challenge out there. No one has called to go to his challenge him. And even at Harvard, they did not challenge him. So you just can't just blow that off.
I am blowing it off. It's not his thought. Okay. He's the face of it.
Okay, so you write an essay, you write a paper.
I don't think he's that bright. I think he has beady eyes, and I think he's an alien, period.
Okay, I'm saying this. Well, you're supposed to get a challenge because that's how scientific does all the time in the scientific community. That's what they do is challenge.
Well, you listen to the alien. I'm not.
What you got against Terrence Howard? What the hell?
I don't like him. I don't like that
man that came out and whooped that trick.
Right. She hated. Don't hate on that brother.
Listen, when he promoted that science with a wig on, I was done.
Oh, come on.
I ain't going. I'm not going. Listen, we're going to call you Woli. I'm not going, Woli.
He didn't. He was see what she doing now. He was having.
Leave me alone. You want to believe in a green-eyed bandit? You go right ahead. I'm not believing in him.
See, Trish is blaming upset because he was having an interview with this woman because that was an interview with the wig on. I'm talking about the thing that he did, the lecture that he did at Harvard.
It's still there, Bridget. I don't know what to tell you.
I see it too, Bridget. You're fine, babe.
You're fine. You're fine.
So
You
Vaughn,
gotta start to reboot everything. That's why. Just reboot everything.
Continue to fuss with me again, please. Continue.
Why these two internet birds start?
I'm saying Terrence Howard is just
Listen,
like
Wally, Vaughn is on something right now. Okay, he wants to fight, so let him fight. I don't care.
No, he's not fighting.
He wants to fuss. Fuss
But-
for what?
but-
If he wants to
but-
write non-bandit, he can go right ahead. I'm not going.
But let's even this playing field, shall we? Do you believe that Dr. Savvy was on point with his scientific measures? Correct. In other words,
Oh yeah, hell yeah, beyond ideas. And the only reason why he's not here is because he would have messed up the medical healthcare
I
system.
mean, this is the reason why you take pills, and pills
wait a minute.
really mess you up.
When you say
He said for every pill, every disease, he has the herb to combat it just as good. Yeah, come on.
I'm saying is when you saying scientific, or you're talking about scientific or the way we know it, or the scientific health system, because he went in on a scientific health system.
It's all science. It's like
Listen, it's a different science though, Trish. You know the different.
yeah, I know, but these are life sciences. This is about human health.
I'm talking about life. So are you saying the things that Johnson and Johnson and all those pharmaceutical companies are
those are systematical. Those are systematical sciences.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm asking the question.
Dr. Sabi was about life sciences. How to
That's
preserve
what
life.
that's why I asked him the question. What science are you talking about? The one that we're talking about as far as that, or holistic health science? Which one? Because he went in to argue not about the science as far as Johnson and Johnson and all those pharmaceutical companies. He didn't go in with that type of science. He went into science, a holistic type of science. And yes, I believe in that.
Wally, do you find that Vaughn is a little snazzy tonight?
My name's Bennett, and I ain't in it.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean, there's even articles on him now, curing AIDS, curing HIV, curing herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea, hypertension, high blood pressure, all this type of things, and all these pills actually give you hypertension and high blood pressure. So
that's true.
And the only thing about it is, if you have it, all he's saying is get rid of all the shit that you have inside and start over. Detox and putting everything, all food that had parents. That's basically it. Start over. And those cells will regenerate themselves over
Molly,
time.
could you grab what's in the back? Yeah. What color is that?
She Googled it.
That is not, listen.
Yeah, carbon.
See, does
that look yellow to you?
See, that's not what
I'm just saying. I rest my case.
That's what.
Be snazzy. Be snazzy. Be snazzy. You'll get Terrence Howard in your yellow carbon.
See, Trish is playing. Trish is playing, right? See, she's playing. I know her. See, I know.
I'm just saying. I just pulled it up. You don't believe Google?
Right?
You don't believe Google?
Trish is playing. He is not talking about
black. Carbon is black. Period.
Trish, come on, Trish. You know that's not what his argument was.
Well, that's what I heard. When he said carbon is.
That's not what his argument was.
No, Vaughn. I understand what his argument was, which really wasn't his argument. It was somebody else's 120 years ago. But my point is, check this out. When he said carbon was yellow, I disengaged. I disconnected. I said, there's an agenda. They selling something because only a dummy would believe all that accuracy in that speech. And then he threw that in, and I just proved it to you. So if he can lie about that, what else is he lying about?
See, Trish was
Huh?
Trish is mad.
Huh?
Trish is mad because she just
Mad.
don't like the Green Eye Bandit. That's all. She
I
just
don't
don't
like that
the-
nigga.
No,
He's
she just-
green.
you see how she said she
Wait,
just
wait,
turned
wait,
right
wait,
off.
okay. Let's give
That wasn't
Aaron
his
a
argument.
little credit. Come on now, a little bit of credit.
I ain't giving him shit.
I can't find nothing. What? What his thing? What? Other than that freaking wig, I mean, he's more he's more capable of math than I can ever be. I suck at math. I hate math. Math is not one of my best.
Listen, I need you. Listen, wait, Wally, listen to me. Look into the. Come closer. Come. Yeah. You. Come here.
I don't trust.
Just come. Okay.
I'm coming.
It's like this. So listen. What? Okay. Do you know that he is scripted? You know how he remember those numbers? Just like he remembers scripts. 8,028,000. Yeah, he memorized the script. And Vaughn is sold. He's sold and snazzy. He likes it.
So we might as well say that about the guy. We might as well say that about the guy that she's talking about. Then it was all scripted.
You talking about Wiggy?
I'm gonna talk about it. You talking about Terrence Howard? I'm talking about Wiggy.
How
I'm
can you
talking about
compare the
all
two? That's blasphemous. That's blasphemous. Now, Vaughn, you don't even believe that shit. You gonna compare Terrence Howard to Wiggy? Wow.
It's all scripted.
No, he's the real deal. That's why they killed him. While this guy's around in Hollywood promoting faulty machines with a wig on. Get out of here with that.
He not promoting a machine. That what you say?
He is. He did. I can't believe.
When I say now,
Let me go and get this video. I'll be right back. I mean, I'm on mute. I'm gonna go and get my video, and I'm gonna give you permission, Wally, to play it.
Trish.
Huh?
Trish. Fine. Listen. I love y'all, but
I'm right. You just want to say I'm right. I'm right. Say it. I'm right. Say it. I'm right. Say I'm right. And Vaughn's wrong. Say it.
I got it.
And Vaughn's wrong.
I'm gonna say this so we can all put
I'm right.
this
Vaughn's wrong.
both of y'all
for 10 hours until you say
knowledge. Both of y'all possess the knowledge.
No. I'm not going. I'm going to be backstage until you're going to end this live, and I'm going to be backstage waiting for you to say, I'm right and he's wrong. Fuck that. Say it.
Oh snap!
Hey, you got to possess it. She gonna prove she right no matter what.
I promise you, I will go live on you. I will go live on you if you don't say it. I need to go to bed. Don't you want me to go to sleep? I do not want to go live on you. I'm right. Listen, say I'm right.
Vaughn. See what you done. See what you done, Vaughn. See what you done.
Carbon was black. Carbon is black.
She don't want me to come up on her live because she knows.
Carbon is black, Vaughn, not yellow.
Okay, well let's have a live debate.
He's not going.
I'm not going until he says it. I promise you, Bridget, it's going down.
Okay. For the sake of argument,
yes.
I'm just going to say,
yes,
I gotta go. I see y'all.
I'm going live. I
gotta end the stream. See, that's the problem with y'all. That's the problem. Y'all gonna go 8 or 9 hours. Listen, I gotta get some sleep. I'll research all this shit in the morning. But overall, it was great. But it was awesome, fantastic, except for the other shit. But If I get some more information about the shit that went down 4 days ago, I will let y'all know. Trish, she's gonna be live pretty soon. I suggest you hop on over there. Shush Trish. It's called Shush Trish. And y'all hop over there and y'all can argue about wigs and Carmen and yellow green hair and whatever else. Y'all can argue over there. I am going to sleep. Love y'all. Good night.